Yes, sir. हाँ sir.
So just now I discussed with the
Morning, Ashok.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Morning. Nothing okay?
Yeah, all okay, sir. All fine, sir.
Good, good. Ashok,
Yes.
please leave a message in the chat box. If
Yes.
somebody from Health or Agriculture Ministry is joining, they should write there so that you can enable them.
Right.
And check with them if they are ready to speak or something.
Welcome, Dr. Ravi. Sahu, sir.
Is it time audible?
Yes, Dr. Ravi, you are audible. You can just open your video also just to see whether it's coming. Yeah, I can see you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Can I just let me check with me if my slides are getting shared or not?
Okay, then let me stop this slide.
Yeah.
Yeah, please try. Please try, Dr. Ravi.
Okay. Is it getting shared? No?
No. So just write to the mic option. There is a share tray.
That I did. Anyway, let me do it.
Okay.
Done?
Yes, it's coming. You can just scroll 1 or 2 slides, sir, just to see whether it's happening. Yeah, it's moving. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Great. That's what I wanted.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, let us wait for 10 minutes.
Thank you. So I have been with the DOT team again with Alex.
Yes. So Alex only. So I also see Sunil, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Namaskar.
So Sunil sir is DDG here at NTI Prit, sir.
Right. I think I met Mr. Kishore, DDG.
Yes.
He visited our lab and all the experiment sites, and they are keen to pitch in with all the private sectors to be with us. So that's what we are going on with. The exercise is going on right now, preparing the blueprint. So it's wonderful, I think.
Yes. So let's wait for I think 8 minutes are there in 10:30.
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
Thank you. Monica ji, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Ashok ji.
Yeah, okay. Fine, thank you. So let's wait for 6-7 minutes, then we'll start.
Sure.
Yeah.
I will just check my video also once if that's required. I think everything should be working fine.
Yeah. So yeah, we can see you, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
अशोक डिजी टेलीकॉम साहब ने ज्वाइन किया है, इनेबल करिए।
नमस्कार सर, वेलकम सर।
नमस्ते श्रीवास्तव साहब, नमस्ते।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर, गुड मॉर्निंग। मेंबर टी साहब ने भी ज्वाइन कर लिया।
सर आई एम जस्ट लुकिंग एट सर।
कर दिया?
Sir, I'm just searching in my screen. It is. Sir, you can also right click and do it, sir, in case it's in front
I have
of
done
you.
it.
Thank you.
हो गए, ठीक है।
Yes.
हेलो, गुड मॉर्निंग यूके श्रीवास्तव जी।
गुड
नमस्कार
मॉर्निंग,
सर।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
ओके,
Morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
निजामुल जी, गुड मॉर्निंग।
वो फोन पे बात कर रहे हैं थोड़ा।
अच्छा,
अब साहब।
आज उनके चीफ सेक्रेटरीज के साथ मीटिंग है आजकल में।
अच्छा अच्छा।
टॉप 10 चीफ सेक्रेटरीज। कितनी देर का है ये टोटल वेबिनार?
सर 1:30 तक है सर।
इनॉग्रल तो आधा घंटे का।
नहीं, वो तो ठीक है। पिछले 2 साल में पैंडेमिक में एनटीआई प्रिंट ने इतने ज्यादा मतलब वेबिनार किए, टोटली ठीक है। स्किल अपग्रेड में बहुत ही ज्यादा कंट्रीब्यूशन हुआ। ऑल टॉपिक्स कवर्ड।
अब तो सेक्टर वाइज आईओटी का कर रहे हैं, उसके बाद
बढ़िया
वाटर रिसोर्सेज वगैरह पिकअप करना
जी। राइट, वाटर रिसोर्सेज पे कब होना है?
Good morning, Ashish ji. Ashish Bhatnagar from Reliance Jio. Welcome. You can check. You can just check your mic, video.
Hi, this is Ashish Bhatnagar. Sorry, I'm just facing some issue with my laptop. I'll join with the video in some time.
Okay.
Just join my mobile. Thank you.
मित्तल साहब ने नहीं ज्वाइन किया अभी।
अभी सर को ढूंढना होगा सर।
So I was looking for him. I think he's not there.
I also see Akhil Garg from Jio. Akhil ji, welcome.
Hi everyone, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. In case you want to check your screen sharing, or it is fine.
I'm sure it will work. Just give me a second. I can check it out.
Okay, so let me stop. Yeah. Yes, we can see your presentations. Can you go to the slideshow mode?
Yes. So I'm assuming my screen is visible in slideshow mode now.
Yeah, full screen it is coming. Great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We can start now. Ashok.
Yes, I think it's 10:29, sir. 1 minute more.
Okay.
Let us wait for a few more minutes so that everyone joins.
Hundred 128, 125 attendees, huh?
Almost 135, sir. Now.
Yeah.
sir. So shall we start, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So respected member technology, DCC DOT member services. I think sir is yet to join. DG Telecom, DG NTI PRIT, the dignitaries, esteemed speakers, participants. Good morning to everyone. I am Ashok Kumar, Director Wireless Access at NTI PRIT. I'll moderate this webinar. Today's webinar topic is 5G use cases in health and agriculture sectors. So let me tell you some housekeeping rules. Please use chat box for asking any questions. So we'll take few questions after every session. We also have a question answer session at the end of the webinar, so you have a choice. But during the session, we'll take 1 or 2 questions at most, and rest of the questions we'll be taking at the end of the webinar. In case you have some pressing reason to speak, please raise your hand. We'll enable your mic and video. We expect that you should write your question in the chat box itself. But yes, you can also raise your hand. I would also request that in case any of the participant coming from Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Health, Delhi, kindly raise your hand or write in the chat box so that we enable your mic and video. We had not received earlier information, so please do that. In case any of our speakers, esteemed speaker also faces any problem related to their mic and video, normally we have enabled all of you. Please raise your hand or write in the chat box, or you can ping me directly on WhatsApp. We'll do the needful for you. Right. So in this webinar, sir, let me. We have a presentation from Bharatiya Krishi Anusandhan Sansthan, IARI. We have a speaker from IARI, Dr. Rabi. Then we have a presentation from various industry, Jio, VI, TCS, EZO5, Inogal, Capgemini, etc. So to start the session, may I request DG NTI PRIT, Sri UK Srivastava sir, for a formal welcome address. So over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ashok. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I extend a very warm welcome to Sri A.K. Tiwari, Member Technology, Digital Communication Commission, who has kindly agreed to inaugurate this webinar on 5G use cases in health and agriculture sectors. In fact, he is the one who is responsible for encouragement for development of new technologies and use cases. Therefore, it's in fitness of things that he is inaugurating this webinar. Welcome, sir, to this event. I also welcome, very warm welcome to Sri Nizamul Haqji, DG Telecom. And we are really grateful that he is present today in this inaugural session. I welcome the eminent speakers who are joining today, Dr. R.N. Sahu, Principal Scientist, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, speakers from telecom service providers and startups. Welcome to all of you. Also welcome to the participants who are joining from various units of DOT, namely DOT headquarters, LSA unit, CDOT, TEC, academia, industry, my fellow officers from NTI PRIT. Welcome to each one of you. As you know, 5G use cases tend to rely on the increased speed and consistency of 5G, as well as the latency reduction it offers, and they promise to disrupt both traditional and digital sectors. And there are a plethora of opportunities for 5G technology over the coming months, years, and decades. According to the results of a study by Accenture, 79% of businesses worldwide believe that 5G will have a significant impact on their organization. And 57% of those believe that it will be revolutionary. As such, 5G benefits will reach all the sectors, but the two sectors that are likely to benefit the most, in my opinion, and are directly, they will affect the well-being of masses, are health and agriculture sectors. So it is for this reason that we have selected these two sectors for today's topic. In fact, we will do more webinars on various other sectors which are likely to be using 5G technologies in a very big way, and our society will benefit from the usage. So I'd not like to take much time. I don't want to rob you of the joy of learning directly from the eminent speakers. Therefore, I should stop here and wish all the best for this webinar, and I'm sure that it is going to be beneficial to you all. Once again, welcome. Thank you very much. Back to Ashok.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for welcoming our dignitaries, participants, and esteemed speakers, sir. So now it's time to inaugurate the webinar. So may I request Sri A.K. Tiwari, sir, Member Technology, DCC DOT, for his inaugural address and also starting the webinar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, UK Srivastavji, for your warm welcome, and thanks for inviting me for this very good topic, actually, which it is very hot today, actually, nowadays, and we are deliberating on these issues. And in fact, Department of Telecommunication is already in consultation with many administrative ministries for developing use cases, labs, and all these things. And our one team is already deputed for that purpose, who is continuously engaged with these ministries. So with this, I extend a very warm good morning and to all of you, to speakers, to participants and organizers. So ladies and gentlemen, it is great pleasure to be with all of you on the occasion of webinar on 5G use case in health and agriculture sector. As UK Srivastavji has already mentioned, this apart from all other, the real impact for common man will be actually in health and agriculture of this 5G technology. So conducting webinar on this by the NTI-PRIT is really a very commendable job. And NTI-PRIT, as I have already mentioned, actually on many occasions, for last 1.5 years, and under the able guidance of DG NTI-PRIT UK Srivastavji, NTI-PRIT has conducted many seminars actually and webinars online in virtual mode. And during the wave 2 and wave 3, actually the participants and the general masses of Department of Telecom and many other this thing were continuously engaged actually. Basically the phobia of pandemic was somehow being set off by these webinars. So at the outset, I would like to congratulate NTI-PRIT for organizing this very important topic. So friends, the COVID pandemic taught us very importance of all this technology in our lives. We have seen the online classes, online everything during those pandemic days. This 5th generation of mobile communication, which is known as 5G, presents new horizons for all the sectors of economy. In fact, somewhere I have seen that it's mentioned there that this is 5th generation for technology for the humans, but for machine-to-machine communications, it is basically 1st generation. Because from the 5G only, this machine-to-machine communication will start. Because 5G, as everybody knows, because the participant as well as all the speakers are basically quite imminent and they are dealing with these technologies and all these things. This 5G is ultra reliable, low latency. This is one feature. Enhanced mobile broadband, this is another feature. So with all this, 5G primarily will deliver value by enhancing 3 families of applications, that is eMMB, ultra reliable, low latency, and massive machine-to-machine type communication. So this 5G can transform healthcare, as we all know, and in agriculture, apart from robotics and many private network for industry and all these things. So healthcare domains is very critical for reliability as well as for high speed actually. Any suppose a robotic surgery or anything, the timing is very important and the reliability is very important. So as I know that 5G envisages for 799 level of, 99.999 something like that reliability. So this will be a great help for agriculture as well as healthcare industry to real boost and a real service to the mankind. So 5G promises reliability, speed, scale of telemedicine, and promotes mass adoption of cutting-edge technologies such as artificial intelligence. Big data is another field. Extended reality, AR, VR, which everyone know, and we have to see a lot in these dimensions, and Internet of Things for improved clinical outcomes. The applications of 5G in healthcare paint a promising picture of better and effective communications, efficient and quick transmission of large amounts of data for early diagnostic of life-threatening diseases, coupled with low latency and high computing power to enhance and accelerate the growth of diagnosis and therapy. Early diagnosis, as we all know, is very, very important in health sector. 5G has the ability to revolutionize the agriculture sector as well as. So precision agriculture is using a much needed paradigm shift in farming practices that promises many competitive advantages, including maximizing resources, optimizing crop and livestock, cutting cost, preserving the environment, and to reap the benefit of best price to the farmers and to the end user. So with 5G, all this will be possible. We are hopeful that all this can be really realized. So realizing precision agriculture's true potential depends heavily, if not entirely, on having dependable access to high network speeds, ultra low latency, and broadband that 5G wireless connectivity provides at a lower cost. And we are hopeful that cost itself in India, this per bit cost, per megabit cost is quite low, and it will reach to the masses and to entire nook and corner of the country. So this is because 5G network is the infrastructure that enables smarter data communications between farm management systems and edge computing of Internet of Things devices, such as drones, sensors, robots, and autonomous vehicles that gather and transmit data to physical and cloud-based facilities. The uses of new technology in agriculture can help farmers to improve crop yield, as I have already mentioned, and production and best cost realization. Apart from smart farming or precision agriculture, AI-based enhanced machinery, drone sprayers, accurate harvest estimation, livestock tracking and management are some of the other promising applications that will be powered by the 5G. Of course, the Agriculture Ministry may visualize it in a better way. They can give more focus during the webinar. So all these mobile networks are already implementing some of these ICT technologies to offer the mentioned agricultural benefits. 5G will enhance the impact by many folds due to low latency, high bandwidth, and support for many simultaneous communicating sensors. Today, in this webinar, we have expert speakers from industry, from academia, R&D, and many other from vertical ministries, from agriculture ministries, from healthcare. So they will be covering all these details of 5G use case in health and agriculture sectors. I'm sure all the participants would be benefited by the different perspectives brought in by these eminent speakers. So with these words, I declare the webinar open and convey my best wishes to all the speakers and participants, and I wish a great success, a great deliberation in this webinar, in this seminar. And once again, I thank Sri UK Swastoji, DG NTI-PRIT, to continue this endeavor and organize such seminars for the benefit of masses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your blessing for opening the webinar. So now time has come to start the session 1 of the webinar, sir. So although earlier Professor Bhaskar Ramamurthy from IIT Madras was to take that session, but yesterday late evening he called that he's not well and he's in hospital, so he is unable to join. So so now may I request Sri B. Sunil Kumar, DDG Wireless Access, to set the context of the webinar and also give broad introduction of 5G, its capabilities and broad use cases which are possible. So over to you, Sunil, sir.
Thank you, Ashok. I would like to thank Member Technology Kpis sir for sparing his time, sir, and joining us. You have been always motivating and helping us and facilitating NTI-PRIT in all our endeavors. Thank you so much, sir. So Ashok, I will share my screen.
Yeah.
Bhaskar Murthy sir actually is been probably tested COVID, this thing, sorry, what is called a dengue.
Yes, sir.
Today I spoke to him, actually he's not well.
Yes, sir. We can see your screen, sir.
Yeah. So thank you, Ashok, and thank you, sir. So NTI-PRIT has been conducting a series of webinars on 5G, then 6G, Open RAN, and now this is the first webinar in a series of webinars on 5G use cases. As you know, 5G is a significant milestone in the evolution of technologies, and now this is the phase in which the technology, the telecom technology is going to touch and very greatly influence the lives as well as all the economic verticals of the industry or the economy. So, for example, the Sustainable Development Goals declared by UN to be achieved by 2030, if you have a look at the 17 goals, many of them, if not all of them, can be significantly influenced by 5G in particular and telecom in general. So if you just take the first few, like poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, education, affordability and clean energy, economic growth, everything, and industry innovation, everything will be definitely influenced in a very, very impactful manner by the telecom technologies going forward. So in this regard, I also would like to show an observation by the famous Eric Taylor of Google, who has made a very simple graph on the human adaptability versus the technology growth. The most complex things are sometimes expressed in a very simple manner. So if you see the human adaptability graph that he is trying to show, the green curve that you can see, it is only improving very slightly. So if you can see our own generation, if you take my own generation, during the childhood, we used to read newspaper for news or write letters physically for communicating, etc. Now you can see the condition now, the explosion of internet and the kind of life skills that are required to live in this world. It was not so in our previous generation. They started writing letters, and the old age also they continued to write letters. Maybe those letters used to travel faster. That's it. They used to read newspapers. They might have been reading newspapers more sophisticated in their old age. So the kind of transition that they changed in the life around them was not significant, but it is not so anymore. So observation is that in the past decade or so, there has been a real departure between these two lines. He's observing that a lot of things happened in the past decade, like around 2007, the iPhone came, Android came, Facebook came, Twitter came, Kindle, Airbnb, YouTube. with Google. All those things happened around 2007 plus minus 2 years. So this is the break point where these two curves are vastly expanding, and telecom is behind this accelerating of the red curve. The technology curve is fast outpacing the human adaptability curve. And the message from this is that as humans, as governance models, unless we learn faster, unless we govern smarter, we adapt to the latest technologies, we be the leaders rather than the followers, we may be left out in the game. And this also has been aided by a variety of influences like the internet happening, IoT technologies and IoT sensor ecosystem proliferating, and in the computer segment, the softwareization happening like NFV, SDN technologies evolving, and the software models that is happening, service-based architecture and things like that. And then within the telecom itself, the control plane, user plane separation, massive MIMO, and the internet technology. So many things converged, not only with the telecom, but between in the ecosystem that the telecom is existing, everything got converged, and they all worked to ensure that these two curves are now diverging thick and fast. Now you can see what will happen going forward in 6G. So coming from 1G, which was just voice, then text came, then data came, and then multimedia came. And once 5G came, everything is there, right from your parking sensor to your remote surgery to your mining to whatnot. So it has touched everywhere. Now 5G basically, if you see this spider diagram is very famous. I will not take much time. Everybody would have seen who have heard about 5G about this. So all the three parameters in terms of latency, the massive number of devices that it can work on a per square kilometer way, plus the throughput. All the three aspects of the technology got, I mean, it has grown in a huge manner, which has enabled, I mean, large number of technologies to develop. So this is another view. If you look at it from an applications point of view, the first diagram shows that initially it was just voice and text. Then by the time it came to 5G, we had IoT, telemedicine, vehicle communications, wearable device, ultra high density videos, VR, AR. So many things have happened because of technology enabled scenarios. And going forward, 6G, all those things gets much more expanded. So this is a story with reference to the applications. If you talk about the KPIs, the key performance indicators, the throughput of 50 kbps in 1G has become 20 Gbps kind of a thing in 5G. And if you consider mobility, we are able to travel at 500 kilometers per hour and still maintain communication. Same way for latency, which is at out of 1 millisecond, devices per kilometer, it is order of millions now. Mbps per square meter is also very high. Spectral efficiency has increased 3 times compared to 4G. And energy, that is the biggest thing which will influence even the Earth's survivability also. That also is supposed to be 10 times more than the 4G. And going forward in 6G, it is going to be 100 times better than 4G. So this is based on the key performance indicators. And in terms of network characteristics, if you see the C chart, it was all voice earlier. Now you can have packet switching, cloudification has come, softwareization has come, virtualization has come, network slicing has come, and the entire internet has gone wireless. So these are the big developments in the network characteristics have evolved by the time 5G has come. And similarly, technology-wise, the core technology-wise, now you have extremely efficient LDPCN polar codes. You have got wave transmission, new radio happening, massive MIMO in antenna, and then flexible frame structure. So many different individual technology blocks have come, which has enabled the earlier said applications and KPIs to really bloom. So these are the revolutionary things which are happening just in front of us. And about 5G, if you see, there are 5 aspects. That is why we talk of all kinds of use cases. Number one, why it is different from 4G? If anybody is asking, we can say that the number one thing is that it has started connecting everything. If you sit in the office, right from your PC to your chair, to your fan, to your switches, everything can be connected in this world. Let it be parking sensor, let it be your own body parts like heart condition or your body parameters of temperature, etc. Everything can be monitored using the massive life-changing narrowband IoT technologies. Then the large number of devices that can work. So MMTC and narrowband IoT is helping 5G to connect everything. Second part is that network slicing. Earlier, the one network and every application. That was the story. Now you can have a customized network. If you are a mining operator, if you are into the mining industry, there will be specific requirements there. You may require extremely low latency and very high throughput. Whereas if you are in an energy meter business, if you want to just ping a meter and take the meter reading, so you are not worried about large throughput or latency, etc. You need extreme coverage. You need extreme life of the devices that is embedded in the instruments that are there. So your requirements changes from IoT application to IoT application, and then you can configure a network which is suiting your requirement. So the service-based architecture also works on the same premise. The biggest change going from 4G to 5G has been on the core side, where it has become extremely modular and adaptable, so to say. Third big change is that just like the application app ecosystem revolutionized smartphones, where every bank, every consumer company is able to put an app, customized user experience sitting in your phone. Now the network itself will host the applications. So mobile edge kind of applications, multiple access edge kind of a computing has facilitated that the applications will sit on the base station or core network as per the requirement, and it will optimize the customer experience in a very optimal way. So this is one big third thing which has happened in 5G, which is resulting in huge uptake in the use cases. Fourth one is the collaborative network building. So earlier it was one vendor, one solution maker providing all kinds of things. He has to imagine all your needs. He has to foresee what you are going to need tomorrow, and he has to customize the solutions for you. No more so. Now it has become so modular because of the technologies like network function virtualization, software-defined networking, reference point-based architecture. There are multiple players. Network has become so huge and diverse. It is just not possible for A or B company to do everything of the network. So collaborative kind of network building has become possible. And lastly, of course, the huge improvement in the KPIs like throughput achieved in 5G NR, low latency achieved, high connection density achieved. The network characteristics or the KPIs have improved. So all these five things put together has enabled, as per this slide of GSMA, large number of applications to thrive in 5G network. Let it be a very low throughput demanding application of an IoT, which is in the bottommost left corner, or it can be the tactile internet, which will facilitate your remote surgery or remote mining kind of operations. There are a matrix of applications that are having a varied requirements being facilitated through. So that is why if you want drones which are requiring low latency in an agriculture field, that is enabled by 5G. If you want a remote surgery kind of an application, so that is enabled by the 5G. Or you want entire hospitals to be made smart. If you want an ambulance to be made smart, there are various components of each which requires different kind of requirements. Each one of them in its own way is helped by technology. So this is something like curtain raiser for the 5G use case seminar that we are going to do ahead. So this time we are focusing on applications revolving around agriculture and health sectors, which, as my DG has told, which are the two most crucial, particularly in the Indian context, two sectors which will be significantly influenced by 5G. And through this webinar, we wanted to increase the awareness among the academia, among the industries, and also to facilitate whatever handholding that is required from the Department of Telecom so that they can thrive and we can have a significant impact as a country in the global ecosystem. So thank you very much, Ashok. And now you can proceed with the next session.
Thank you, sir. May I request you to kindly unmute, unshare the screen, sir?
Yeah.
Sorry. Sir, our next session is by Dr. Ravi Narayan Sahu. Dr. Ravi N. Sahu is working as Principal Scientist, the Division of Agricultural Physics, ICAR, that is Indian Agricultural Research Institute, New Delhi. He has more than 22 years of experience in research, teaching and capacity building in remote sensing and its applications in natural resource management. Sir interest is in remote sensing applications in agriculture, that is imaging spectroscopy for soil and crop health monitoring, precision farming, plant phenomics using sensors at ground, air and satellite platforms, drone remote sensing, etc. Ravi would be taking session on disruptive innovations for smart farming. So over to you, sir. Kindly go ahead with your session.
Thank you. Let me share the slide presentation first. I'm not able to share the screen. How is that? Can you allow me to do that?
Just a moment, sir. Let me see. Sir, we have already enabled. So just right.
Yeah, now.
Yeah. Yes, we can see. Yes. Can you go to the slide mode, sir?
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Yeah, we can see your slides. Please go ahead.
So thank you very much for your kind invitation and giving this opportunity to share some of the experience what we have with respect to technologies for the smart farming. And previous speaker, Mr. Sunit Kumarji, has made my case very easy to convince how the disruptive innovations help us in smart farming. And we understand what you mean by disruptive innovations. You know, that is what transforms the expensive or highly sophisticated technology or services previously accessible to high-end or more skilled segments to a segment of consumers to those that are more affordable and accessible to a broader population. So, like for example, one of the greatest example is your a smartphone or iPhone or even if WhatsApp you talk of. So, how wonderfully it has come up with respect to communication innovations. So, this is what the disruptive innovations coming back to the smart farming, how the farm can be smart using all technologies whatever available. That's what the talk of the day or talk of need of the hour, and that's what in the few minutes I am going to deliberate on those three aspects. So coming back to the productivity concern, what we have in country and also large scale in the globally, the major two challenges is how best we can maximize the production system, how we can increase the potential productivity, and also how best we can sustain the environment, minimizing the input use, optimize the production system. So there are two challenges what we have is how to improve the yield potential. That is what the genetic character, how we can modify the plant type so that genetically it produce more with the climate change scenario or with the aberrations. So that's what we call it smart crop. So how we can develop a crop as smart so that it needs less input with respect to fertilizer, water, or pesticide. It can resilient to the climate conditions, and this is what we call a smart crop. How we can genetically modify, how we can morphometrically understand that. The whole science of that we call it phenomics. Phenomics means omics means measurement. How best we can do those phenotype, morphometric, biochemical properties understanding using some of the latest technology, which used to take years together. Now, without touching the plant, you are able to do that. So this is what the phenomics science is, and where these innovations, what we are talking of today, 5G or the sensors, the drone, how best we can use. that I'm going to talk of. One approach is that, how potentially we can increase the production system. The another approach is how best we can do precision with respect to input applications at the right time, right place, right dose. And so this is what the precision farming, so that we can characterize the stresses, discern those stresses, and accordingly we can go for the applications. So this is what the precision farming, bringing the accuracy, precision throughout the all level of production system, starting from sowing to harvest, and making it more of automation, sensing, data analytics, and using all kind of disruptive innovations. So what are those? What do you mean by precision agriculture? It's nothing but the smart way of farming in a field, and those tools and techniques which is required for making agriculture smart is listed over here. Those are all sensing, both from the remote and also in field, using in-field IoT sensors, or mobile robotics, or the drone, or from the satellite. So, and capturing those variabilities, monitoring the different crop conditions, quality and grading the post-harvest producers, and how best we can use the technology like unmanned aerial vehicles, robotics, and IoTs. And then whatever the data we receive, how best we can use the recent development with respect to AI, machine learning, and deep learning to analyze those data and go for developing some of the DSS, decision support system, to manage this variable environment with respect to soil and weather. So then how best we can go for the management? That's what the robotics or mechatronics is going to help us. That's what the variable rate technology we talk of. So when you talk of smart farm or precision farm, BRT is the core issue to manage the field, either by the mobile platform down here or from the drone, you can do that. So making it possible in real or near real time is a really challenge. That's what in the Indian condition we are thinking of. Then communication, innovation, service science. As we, I think this community, I don't need to tell how well connected we are with respect to the technological innovations we have done by our own DOT and the people sitting on the dais over here, the mobile network what we have, how connected we are, each part of the country. So why don't you take this opportunity to go for the communication innovation and service science, so that whatever happened in this forward lab, how we can transfer them to the last milestone, that's the farming community. How best we can do that. So these are what the major challenges right now. And the third challenge remains is how we can address to Indian small farm holdings. I think we know the smart farm of precision agriculture have been success in some of the countries, developed countries, where field size is relatively very large, maybe 100 hectare or 1,000 hectare, 500 hectare go, and they can go for automation, they can go for mechanization. It is profitable. But here, land holding is very small, a lot of heterogeneity with respect to land holdings, with respect to socioeconomic conditions, with respect to weather, with respect to topography, soil, you talk of anything. There are a lot of variability. You go from Punjab down to the West Bengal, down to the South, you can see that complexity what we have. So how best we can address, how we can Indianize those technologies, what we have globally available, how we can make variation of those technologies to make it successful and really bringing disruptive with respect to the success story of the Indian agriculture. So this is what the point of discussions. So when you talk of smart farm or precision farm, variability is the key issue. Variability maybe with respect to the soil, inherent soil variability, maybe with respect to the environment, maybe with respect to the crop management. So if you can manage these variabilities, then of course we can manage the yield, we can optimize the yield. So because all these three are major factors affecting your yield. So you can see, for example, one slide given here on the left-hand side, which says how inherent variability of the soil, and that it reflects on the production system here itself. So that's what the reason is the soil health card program has come up in the government of India. And if at all we know our soil, how good it is, how variable with respect to one field to another, then accordingly we can go for recommendation of fertilizer applications. Sorry. So if you see in the time and spatial scale with respect to those factors which affects your production system, maybe the soil fertility, weed, nitrogen, disease, and insect, one has to cluster them, how good they are with respect to time scale, how good they are with respect to spatial scale. Accordingly, one has to go for management. Unless until there is a variability, precision farming doesn't have much potential. So BRT doesn't have much potential. So you have to see a small 0.1 hectare of land doesn't have much variability. You can't look at within that 0.1 hectare, you will go for precision farming. Of course, we'll go from 0.1 hectare owned by a X farm to X1 farm. That variability we can capture with respect to social conditions, with respect to upland, lowland, kind of crop he's growing, kind of input application he has, and over the years he manages his field the own way. So this is what the variability we have to look at. We have to look in a cooperative way, a contract farming research way. You can take whole block or village as a one farm, look at those variability and capture those. So then all those concepts, what we have with respect to tools and techniques will be a success story. Then the three goals, what we need to look for precision farming is profitability. That's what the requirement of the day. That's what the farmer will look at, or any person, any enterpriser will look at how best my business is going to be more profitable. So your bucket should be full of what we are looking for. Again, we should look at the environment. How safe is the environment? We should not go for applying fertilizer which is not required. You know the nitrate pollutions. You know the cancer strain in Bhatinda, in the northwest part of the country. All those effects has come up now. So many concerns are there with respect to policies. How best we can manage this environment with respect to input applications. Then coming back to the sustainability, the present generation has responsibility to make future generation also sustain with respect to their food requirement and also sustaining the livelihood. So these are the three key issues with which we should work with the goal for the smart farming. So how to capture those variabilities? So let me start with the sensors. You have a sensors on the ground itself. You have sensor in the lab condition itself, where you are control light conditions, soils, and all those things. You can capture the data, address some of the basic science questions to take up into the larger scale to the satellite level. So we have all these technologies right now in the country, in the ground sensors, unmanned aerial vehicle sensors, and also manned aerial vehicle platform where we can put other sensors and also in the satellites. So whatever the science we develop, whatever the techniques we are going to develop with respect to the predictive models for the soil and plant characterization, how best we can take to the drone level, because as you know, really government has pushed the drone technology a very big way with respect to hospital sector, the health sector, and also with respect to agri sector. Kishan drone you might have seen recently. How best we can take up those airborne platforms to various applications that we should look forward. But of course, we need to see what are the challenges and concerns we have. Of course, to go to the farmers level, field level, we need to work with the satellite at a regional scale. So we need to look at the moderate resolution satellite data where we can really be a success story. Then looking at the technologies. So whatever the data you collect using the sensors, using all other crowdsourcing or any sources, how best we can put those data, geotagged data, having the latitude, longitude together to form the information, then analyze to form the knowledge, and over the years you can accumulate to form a wisdom. So you can create a number of spatial layers together, as you see on the right-hand side, and creating a geographic information system and environment and making it interactive to know which place is good for what purpose and how you have to manage which part of the block or the village you need to manage with respect to soil, with respect to pesticide, with respect to water. That kind of decision can be taken up. So very frequently, we are so fortunate to have the kind of sensors as the satellite, what we have that with respect to temporal resolution, with respect to spectral resolution, with respect to spatial resolutions. So you have huge data available right now on just your desktop. So if you can harness those opportunity, put them in a spatial layer, create the information layer like this, then of course my decision rules, my decision management system, taking care of the knowledge partners, you can interact and come out with a rule to say where what to be done. So coming back to some of the sensors, I don't think I need to go through all this. These are some of the high-end sensors which can be used to answer some of those basic challenging questions what we have for the soil or crop or any target you are looking at, even if the post-harvest quality products. These are all the sensors which can interact and characterize biophysical, biochemical properties of the soil, of the plant, and also the post-harvest producers. So what I mean to say is the capability what we have built up over the years is this is what the technology we have. We can do a kind of a PET scanning of those data. Coming back to the ground imaging stations, program inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister, dedicated to nation, which is now in the institute itself, where it's kind of a sophisticated hospital where patient goes in, the patient is here, the plant, where your plant is scanned by all kind of machines you have. These are the machines you talk of with respect to X-ray, you talk of ultrasound, you talk of MRI, you talk of PET scanning. These are the different imaging sensors what you have. RGB, NIR, VNR, SUIR, chlorophyll, infrared, and spectrophotometer. So what I mean to say is, at a go, you're scanning the plant with the different imaging sensors, what is available globally, put all those things over here, and they're all automations has been done. At the end of the day, you are able to know which plant is behaving how much and how it is behaved with respect to different environment it has been treated. This is automatic climate control conditions. Then how best we can modify that plant with respect to rainfed conditions, with respect to irrigated conditions, with respect to low nitrogen or low fertile conditions. So this is what the kind of science what we do in the control conditions. Same we try to do in the field conditions, and using a mobile platform like this, using a drone as an aerial platform of flying somewhere around 20 to 30 meter height. And also we have a mobile platform where you integrate the sensor with a robot here. We just move and capture the data. So this is a kind of the technique which is available with respect to sensing, characterizing, scanning the plant, and understanding their behavior with respect to different stress environment, and built up the smart crop, a smart plant type, which can be grown with maximizing the production system. So these are some of those sensors in details what I am talking of. But you can think of over the years 2017 till now, we have created something around 52 million images. Of course, this season I'm leaving aside. So it's almost 60 million images has been created, and all are curated level data what we have. So you have an observational science to information science to predictive science using this facility, how best that plant is going to behave in different environment, what is available in this diverse ecosystem of the country. Then coming back to the drone system, the airborne sensor systems, you can see that the couple of sensors what is there available right now, starting from RGB to high-end LiDAR, a hyperspectral micro radiometer, and this has potential application with respect to area where you are looking at, where there is not possible to look at from the satellite with the moderate resolution. And you know, India being a country with a tropical country, 70% of the data is cloudy. So there are a lot of subjectivity with respect to the data availability. So here what you can do is ask for the requirement, you can integrate the sensors, whatever the sensors you want. Ask for the requirement, you can try in a height of the resolutions you require. So it's a very, very friendly ask for the user requirement. So this drone technology or drone remote sensing bridges the gap between the satellite and ground remote sensing. So that's what the major benefit opportunity we are looking at. Same time, it has a lot of challenges, lot of limitations. Pan-India, you can't fly the drone, and at a X time, you can know Pan-India what crop condition is. But Pan-India, I can get the satellite data monitoring, and within no time, I can say which state is doing good, which district is doing good or bad, which part of the country is now having residue burning or stubble burning. So what drone can do is, it's kind of looking at anomalies, what you are not able to capture through the satellite data, and you can characterize that in much in detail, having a very high spatial or spectral resolution or temporal resolution, and make it easily understandable. And also drone can use as a robot. Drone can be used as a platform to go for the variable rate technology. As you scan through these imaging sensors, then same drone can be used with a 16-liter, 20-liter tank with a pesticide or nutrient. You can go for applications as and when required, as and when place it is required. So this is that kind of opportunities what we require with the drone. So drone integrated with the sensor is nothing but a CAT scanner in any altitude which you can fly with for the crop health monitoring of precision agriculture. So in IRE, we have been working quite some time now, almost 4 to 5 years, understanding how drone can be used for different agricultural applications. We developed the SOPs, how, when to fly, how to analyze those data. All those SOPs have been characterized, how to discern some of those conditions with respect to stress and also crop health, and go for the variable technologies. Coming back to the satellite remote sensing, since 1969 to 2050 years, or more than 52 years right now, it's crossed, and we have really grown up with respect to technology, spectral and spatial and radiometric resolution with the satellite data. You think of fast remote sensing work started in 1969 somewhere in the Kayankulam of Kerala, and now recently 2019, I moved the hyperspectral camera to see the same coconut plants over there. So over the years, the technology has been advanced. This is what the disruptive is. So that time, this picture was really a dream to see, but now anybody can see this kind of images, having a drone flying with a different camera and capture the data and know which plant is doing good, which is bad. So this is a kind of a collaboration. This is a kind of a dream program, a science program going in country in collaboration with ISRO and NASA, looking at how best we can use the sensor technology to characterize soil and crop health. So this is what the science campaign we did recently, having 155 sites visited with the airborne campaign. This is our own flight. This is what our own, this is the sensor borrowed from Average sensor from the JPL NASA and flown a different part of the country, same time with the ground sensor, characterizing the soil and crop health. So you can see the kind of techniques which has been used with respect to machine learning and deep learning in the lab conditions, and also the airborne conditions with the soil predictability with respect to different parameters. These are the indicator, R-square and RPD are the set scale indicator. How good is that model with respect to fertility parameters, which has been discussed. So with respect to soil health card program of the country, we are trying to see if at all we can complement with respect to the sensor-based, non-invasive, quick soil fertility assessment. It all depends how reliable is the data, how best predictability we can do it. So that's what the science we are doing. So if it is possible through the airborne, it's possible by the drone to fly with imaging sensors starting from 400 to 2500. That's what the dream what we have. So this is what the recent technology, which we call digital soil mapping. So you don't need to look for National Bureau of Soil Survey land use planning to hold soil data. So dynamically how you can create a soil fertility map every season end or after 2 years or 3 years in the pan-India scale. That's what the concept is coming up. And this is what we are trying to do, exploring the possible use of multispectral data, using the hyperspectral data, how best we can develop the different fertility map, which can be used for decision-making, fertility donation-making, and input applications. This is one of the example I am saying. This is a Raichur area of the Karnataka. This is what the 3 kilometer height, 3 meter resolutions, and you get organic carbon mapping done here. So what it says is, this is what the soil, this is what the variability you are able to capture by you scanning through the hyperspectral camera, and this is what the kind of applications you can look at. So I'm looking at in a field scale, you can look at the block scale, or village scale, or state level, how variability can be captured using this kind of technology integrated with the satellite. Coming back to the end solutions, if at all you get those variability informations, this is a Karnal district of Haryana, you can see the color maps tells you how good it is with respect to nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. So 5 minutes, sir. Just as meeting going. So if you can put them together and integrate them, come out with the homogeneous zones, and then customize and go for target yield with respect to the inherent soil fertility status. So this is what, once you derive those variability from the sensors, from the satellite, how best we can integrate them, put them together with respect to homogeneous soil fertility units, and go for the management using some of the simulation models. Coming back to the crop health, this is what I was talking with respect to the soil health. Coming back to the crop health with respect to airborne remote sensing cameras, very high-end sophisticated camera, what we try to do, we can scan like a PET scanner of the crop, and you can characterize kind of spectral signature you can see with respect to different stress conditions, with respect to different stages, and how best we can use for crop health monitoring. For example, you can see how is the nitrogen variability in the field, how is it with respect to water variability in the field, using airborne camera. And so you have a raw image which has been converted to the nitrogen map here. Next is the management map. So based on the leaf nitrogen content, you can go for the variability applications on that. So this is what the kind of science we have been doing. And same thing we are going to upscale in the large scale with respect to the diseases. This is some of the basic science questions we are trying to address. If at all we can monitor rice blast, wheat yellow rust. Because of the time constraint, I'm not going to talk more in detail how good we are with respect to sensor-based monitoring them. Also, you can put the IoTs down there with respect to microenvironment monitoring and go for capturing those healths. With respect to the AI techniques, you use a deep neural network LO technique to capture the tassel in case of maize, in case of panicle, in case of wheat crop. This is what we can do in the lab condition. Same thing we are trying to do once the drone is flown. You know number of panicles there. You can virtually know how much production system is going to be. So this is a kind of some kind of approaches which we have developed over the years. This is again a kind of a scientific approach to develop the model to retrieve some of those parameters which is required to enforce to the crop yield and forecasting using some of the radiative transfer modeling. So for example, you can see the image derived, the satellite derived the data, leaf area index, chlorophyll index, or those things you can put them together and develop a crop health map, which district or which state is doing good or bad. For example, this is leaf area index, this is water, this is chlorophyll. You integrate them together. This is a transganglitic plan of the country, and you develop a crop health index map. So district-wise, you are able to monitor sitting over here. Once the satellite is passed, you are able to know which block or which district is really doing good. So all those information you can enforce to the crop simulation models, you can enforce into digital support system and through the internet, through the cloud or through the server to develop the management systems and can make it available to the public how to manage where. So this is what the drone-based smart agriculture for soil and crop health monitoring we have been working right now, how best we can characterize the data from the field to the larger scale and process those in the spatial scale and go for precision planning for water, fertilizer, and pesticides. So coming back to the smart agriculture in a pan-India scale framework, and the recent concept, I think DOT and MeitY was involved with respect to Irrigation. And if at all we can get all those data together and we can see all those data, historical data and the spatial scale data, and do all kind of R&D, we can do all kind of machine learning, deep learning programming, and then we can go for predictions of management decisions, and finally we can transfer the farmers through the text or image or video or audio. These are the communications innovations of what DOTs have been working with. This is what the kind of different startup, different sectors, private sectors who are present over here, they have been working different aspects of the story. So we can pull out them all together to address what is the need of the hour. So coming back to the last part of the story, I think that a lot of talk with respect to 5G, Mr. Sunil Kumar was talking of. So I think the immediate low-hanging fruit is the IoT for the smart agriculture. So you can go for the climate monitor, vehicle monitoring, livestock monitoring, fishery monitoring, soil moisture monitoring, plant health monitoring. So this is what the future smart agriculture using the IoTs. I think 5G is going to help us in a very large way. So these are some of the examples, some of the initiatives, what we have been in-house. We have initiated with respect to vertical farming system, how sitting in your room you can monitor how good is the water quality with respect to pH issue. And once you put the nutrient again, pH issue changes may not be compatible with the lettuce or the whatever the crop you are growing. Then you can modify that and go for, you can add on some chemicals to again balance the issue and pH. Then finally you can go for better growth. So that is what the vertical farming, that's mostly urban agriculture, what people are looking at. This is what the climate control protected cultivations, where you can put again the IoTs and different depths and different places, so that you can go for automatic fertigation system in the control protected cultivations. I think the land which is very west, it doesn't have, it's not a fertile land. There you can do the protected cultivations and use all these techniques for that purpose. And water is very precious for that purpose, where really water resource is very constant. So this is again, I would just in-house technique which we have been using for automated basin irrigation system. It's not only the soil moisture monitoring, also it monitors how much water is required, and it will actuate at the source part to irrigate, to go for the how much requirement of the irrigation. This is what in-house IoT system we have for automated irrigation management system. This is what the couple of the low-cost sensors we are trying to integrate with the different depths and integrate with respect to different varieties, how it works with the different irrigation system, how it works. And then finally, how is the whatever the value is coming, you are able to see that. Then you can see on your mobile and go for irrigation. Then coming back to IoTs for precision livestock farming, I think many private sectors are already in country. They have been working. This is what in the Belgium, where I was leading a team from India to see. You can see how IoT is work for the livestock farming. You can put the sensors on the neck of the buffalo or the cow. You can know the activity, what it is, how much water it has drank. You can put the sensor on his leg to know the activity, how much it has walked through. You can put a chip on his stomach to know how good is the digestion system. You can put a thermal sensor to know how good is the heating period and what is exactly the heating period for him. So all those things, or you can put a sensor which can be connected to your mobile to see, so you can do a surveillance, how they are moving, how best they are with respect to health conditions. Same also, sorry, I think I have to move fast, a few slides more. So then you can also put a ultra cough recognition. From there you can go for the health monitoring of the kind of, you can see the peaks. So this is what the kind of use of IoTs for health monitoring. Then model-based monitoring for water use, how quickly it goes to drink the water and how many times it goes for that. From there, you can know also health, and from there, you can know how much water used is for that purpose. Coming back to the last part, the precision aquaculture, again, honorable guest was talking machine to machine. So you can see here how we can have a inlet outlet system. You can use IoT for recirculation system. You can know how mechanical filtration can be used for COD or BOD, which can be monitored through the IoT sensors. Then how toxic is the water where the fish is there with respect to ammonia, with respect to nitrate, with respect to hydrogen sulfide, or how good is the temperature, how good is the dissolved oxygen level or pH, or you can go for a disease diagnostic system, putting the underground sensors there using a tethered drone or a underground high resolution camera. So these are some of those potential areas where we have been now working with how best we can use for IoT for precision agriculture. Same thing, what I was talking to is how best those sensors which is available for pH, EC, or dissolved oxygen or water sensor, temperature sensor can be used to create a better environment for optimum production system. Then how ICT enable information from farmers to market. So you can have RFID, you can have wireless communications, then you can know the blockchain technology, you know the traceability technology, how best those perishable product can be traceable from starting from the farm to the market, even into the fork. So this is where the again 5G has a long capability for that purpose. Sorry. So so coming back to the last part, keeping all this in view, ICR Indian Council for Agriculture Research has started a very ambitious program, a network program on precision agriculture, including crop health, soil health, and also post-harvest, and fishery, and also livestock. And starting from a scale at the lab conditions, to the airborne, to the man-aerial vehicle, to the satellite, and using the data analytics techniques and decision rules, how best we can go for communicating to the farmer for the best production system. These are some of those objectives. What do we envisage to, and to work with all those initially these 16 resource institutes. Of course, we are going to create a platform where we'll try to see if at all we can build up a public-private partnership with the Precision Agriculture Conclave. Very soon, towards April end of May first week, we are going to conduct to see how the potential private partners, whatever the strength they have, if they can complement together to address some of these challenging issues, what we have with respect to soil, with respect to crop health, with respect to decision making, with respect to variable technology, post-harvest, precision live, fishery and livestock, and again, scaling up those technologies which is possible in a larger scale to the pan-India. So this is all in brief I wanted to tell, and I love to interact if clarify if there is any question or doubt. Thank you very much, organizer.
So thank you, Dr. Rabi. We have some questions in the chat box. I have copied and I'll just put on screen, sir. You would like to answer. So I think you can see on the screen, sir. So this question is from Sri Rakesh Mehrotra ji from Radio Standard and Regulation, SRI Bangalore. So his question is soil characteristic changes at every 50 meters. Can you think of dynamic instant soil testing data based on 5G using terrestrial drone, etc., and connect this database with crop and timely fertilizer supply to villages?
So it's a wonderful question, and it is the key issue to address with respect to soil health. It's not 50 meter. The variability, again, we need to characterize, we need to see using some of those techniques which is available for in the geostatistics. So, you know, soil health card has developed with respect to 2.5 hectare and 10 hectare sampling size, which has not taken care of the scientific approach which is supposed to be. It has been taken off trading of the infrastructure we have, with the trading of with respect to budget we have, or the facility what we have, and also timeline. So one has to look at, I think there are ways or techniques. We developed the statistical approach, how best we can capture those variability, go for the sampling at in a village or in a block. The number of samples you can decide, either you want 500, you want 1,000 or 10,000. Based on that, it will take care of all those variables together and develop which places you should go for the sampling. One. Second part is, this is what with respect to sampling. If you don't go for the sampling, what you can do is, since you have a drone, you have a hyperspectral sensors, you can integrate, fly with, and that gives in the some meter level accuracy. So forget about the 50 meter, you can get a variable map generated for that purpose. And that's the reason why digital soil mapping concept is going to be very popular and addressing some of these key issues what is raised to. Thank you.
Thank you. And let us take one more question. There was a raised hand by the display name is CIBIOD. So if you are around, you can ask your questions. We have enabled your mic. CIBIOD, if you have any question to ask from Dr. Rabi, please go ahead, or we'll move. I think he is not able to. There is another question in the chat box. We'll take that and move forward. So this question is from Raja Swami ji. Sir, can we predict the volume of crop production for a single crop irrespective of high rain or no rain? Is any abnormal condition?
It's possible. That's what I was talking at the end of the day, showing the website where we have a crop simulation model where you can simulate, even if there is no rain, you can simulate in the lab, understanding the science behind it, what is the requirement with respect to water and the crop physiology. So you can simulate, you can go for the prediction forecasting. I think you must be aware of there is a center called National Center for Crop Forecasting, which meets the requirement of the ministry. In the around 13 crops yield forecasting is done based on the satellite data, based on the empirical model, and versus the crop simulation model. So that is possible.
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Rabi, for answering these questions. There are few more questions we'll take at the end because so that other presentations are also done in time. So thank you so much for your wonderful presentations, mainly focusing on various innovations which is happening in the agriculture sector. And you also talked about drone-based remote sensing. You also talked about digital soil mapping and how soil fertility or soil health can be looked into or taken care. And even the crop health and animal health you also talked about. So it was a wonderful presentation, sir, and the industry here in this August gathering and particularly the presenters from industry may like to connect with you to create some of the use cases. So maybe that we should look at in the near future. So thank you so much, sir. Now moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be glad to interact with the industry partner to bit of more stronger the case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So now we are moving to session 2, which is showcasing 5G use cases in health and agriculture sectors. In this sessions, we have presentations from industry friends, Mrs. Reliance Jio, VI, that is Vodafone Idea, Ezio 5 Solutions, Capgemini, Inaugural, and TCS. So starting with Reliance Jio. So as all of us know that Reliance Jio is ready with their 5G network, and anytime they would be launching, and they are also working on various use cases in various sectors of economy. So today they will talk about the various use cases which they are in process of developing, and some of the use case they have already developed in agriculture as well as the health sector. So there are two speakers. So let me introduce to you. The first speaker from Reliance Jio is Mr. Akhil Garg. He is Vice President, IoT Division at Jio Platform. Akhil has more than 14 years of experience in technical product development, hardware and software design and operations. In the past, he has worked for top technical companies, which includes Apple, Nvidia, Dell, Intel. And he is very, very passionate of implementing high-tech solution in agriculture sector. And presently, he is working to build AI-powered platform aimed at solving present problem in the field of agriculture. The second speaker from Reliance Jio is Mr. Ashish Bhatnagar, Senior Product Manager, Jio Platform. So he will talk about use case in health sector, and Akhil will talk about use case in agriculture sector. So Ashish has also 15 plus years of experience in product management, solution architecture, product architecture, etc. He heads the partnership and alliance group for 5G and building industry-focused solutions for various verticals like healthcare, industry 4.0, and so on. So with this introductions, may I hand over to Reliance Jio team for their presentation, starting with Mr. Akhil and then followed by Ashish. So over to you, Mr. Akhil. I'm just stopping my presentations. Akhilji, we can see your presentation.
Thank you, Ashokji, for the kind introduction. So as we all know, agriculture is a very fundamental sector which touches everyone's life. But if we talk about few statistics, agriculture constitutes around 60% of our workforce. So 60% of our workforce are involved in agriculture. But with respect to the GDP, it only contributes about 18%. So there is some fundamental inefficiencies in the agriculture which can be resolved. And I believe that with the help of the technology, few of those inefficiencies can be resolved. And our previous speaker, Dr. Sahu, has built up a very good use case onto what are the different technology components that we can adopt in agriculture. And I believe that those fundamental technology use cases are the building blocks. What we need after that is a very good backhaul connectivity so that all these technology use cases can work in unison and provide a end use case for the farmers. Because if we start offering just one piece of the puzzle to the farmers, for example, the sensor readings, then it doesn't help him much. The actual value add comes when, let's say, we integrate the data from the soil health card, we integrate the data from the sensors. All of that data goes into the AI and the machine algorithms that Professor Sahu was talking about. And at the end, we deliver it to the customers over his mobile app or any other medium. So this entire value chain is brought on by the 5G and the telecommunications, because 5G has a potential to bring on very high speed data connectivity to the customers, and particularly in a near real-time response that can be brought on by the 5G. So this is just one snapshot of how a 5G enabled solution will be looking like in a decade or so into any smart farms. So as you can see, there will be different technology components from the 5G perspective. For example, there will be autonomous tractors whereby precision sowing can be done so that we know at what depth a particular seed need to be sown. Onto the growth stage, the drones can be used so that we are very precise onto what amount of pesticide or insecticide or fertilizer we need to spray onto the farms. Similarly, as was being talked about the livestock, so there are many 5G devices which are coming whereby we can get the live status of the health from the stocks, and accordingly regular intervention can be done. So as we were talking about 5G being the enabler of the different technology components that are present in the ecosystem. So here, as we are speaking, the end use case is that we should present to the farmers very actionable insights. So these actionable insights come from the right kind of data that is ingested. So the data can come from soil, the data can come from weather, the data can come from the market, for example, the crop prices. And with that, all the data will integrate using 5G onto the cloud, and then the actionable insights can be brought down to the customers. For example, if you're talking about crop, which crop that the customer can sow, what type of seed can be used by the farmer so that he can get the best yield, which fertilizer to apply and when to apply. Similarly, there will be actionable insights onto irrigation, harvest and sell, when to sell and how to get the best from his crops. So particularly onto the 5G use cases, there are 5 to 6 use cases that are coming into the agriculture. First is onto smart farming. Second is drones. Third is autonomous agriculture vehicles. Fourth is the livestock monitoring, and the fifth is the weather stations. Now, if we talk about smart farmings, what does smart farming mean? So smart farming will mean any activity which can be enabled by technology using 5G or any other communication device. So particularly here, the smart farming will be enabled when we have IoT devices which are present into the farm, which can tell us the real data from the farm. For example, in terms of irrigation, what is the soil moisture with the sensors? If for the weather sensors, there can be wind direction or the wind speed sensors. And with all these data, when it gets transmitted to the cloud in near real time using harnessing the 5G technologies, then the AI and the ML algorithms can tell the farmers what are the next actionable insights. They tell the farmers when to irrigate, how to irrigate, what is the risk of a particular pest or the infestation, and what next steps the farmer should take to avoid any loss to the field. Similarly, drones. So drones present immense opportunity in agriculture, but what remains is how do we have the operational expertise to fly the drones? So even if we see the normal drone, the farmers will not be having the operational expertise on how to fly these heavy drones which contain the fertilizers. So here I believe 5G brings a very interesting use case in which the operations can be done at a remote facility whereby operational experts will operate the drone. The drone will fly over the entire field. It will pick up the areas or the patches which have a high risk of infestation. And only on those patches, the fertilizers will be applied. So drone technology is being worked upon by multiple companies. And here with the 5G technologies, we believe it's a very end-to-end use case whereby we see the technology in action so that the drone technologies can go even to the very rural parts of India, and the operational experts who are sitting somewhere else can operate those drones, and our farmers can harness the benefits of the drones. Similarly, autonomous agriculture vehicles. Uh, we all know that tractors are used into the agriculture, but what about the autonomous tractors? The tractors which can be operated remotely as well as automatically, so that whatever the functionalities of tractors are with respect to sowing or anything else can be managed remotely, and we can get the best out of the tractors. Talking about the livestock monitoring and management, so as the use case was shown by Dr. Sahu, this presents an immense potential, particularly if we talk about India. India is a country to more than 300 million cattle. And if we see as a country, we have the largest consumption of the dairy products, but still like our animals productivity is one of the lesser in the world because our daily productivity of the cattle will be ranging from 4 to 6 liters, while if we compare the cattle from Israel, they will be producing approximately 30 to 40 liters. So there are different ways in which the productivity can be improved, and the technology will be playing a very key role. So there can be many sensors, the sensors that can fit in around the neck of the cow or the ear of the cow, which monitors all these activities and can send that data to the cloud so that automatically and alerts can be raised to the farmers if the cattle is into the specific stage called heat stage, or if the cattle is sick. So all that is possible if the data is timely sent to the cloud and all the insights are timely sent to the farmers. And 5G will be enabling all these use cases. Similar to there are weather stations. We do see that the weather at a micro level differs from a very generic data at the district level. So currently, all the weather advisories that are given to the farmers are based out of the weather forecast at the district level. But when we have a very micro level weather data, then actually it can be a very customized advisory to the farmers, whereby we know that how and what the farmer should do in his or her farm. And with the weather stations which are equipped with the 5G cards, we do know that all the data can be in near real time, can be sent to the cloud, and accordingly a near real time advisory can be given to the farmers. So what I wanted to emphasize on this is that there are many different technology use cases in the field of agriculture, and all these agriculture use cases will only be enabled with the use of technology, and 5G is the backbone of this particular technology, and hence we should go to the next step, whereby the government institutes and the other institutes which have already developed these use cases, we should work in unison so that all these use cases are enabled. So now I'd like to invite Ashish, who can take the use cases for the health industries.
Thank you, Akhil. Thanks, Ashok Kumarji, for the introduction. And thank you, Mr. Sunil Kumarji, for having a brief detail about the 5G. Let me share my screen quickly. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, Ashish, it is visible.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so today we are going to talk about what exactly Jio is doing in healthcare domain. Basically, we have implemented a few use cases around this, and today I'm going to talk more about what exactly 5G can offer in these various use cases which we are planning to deploy in near future, and what are the key use cases which we can achieve and deploy for our rural population as well as the urban areas in the hospitals, or for that matter any enterprises or institutions. So yeah, this is the introduction slide which talks about, like, in the recent past we have seen there are tremendous pressure in our healthcare industry, and exceptionally we have seen the kind of rising in a rising. So it's a kind of a industry is facing a challenge, and there are rising healthcare costs as well as the elderly care and the remote consultation. So basically, in the recent past, in the pandemic situation, we have seen people preferring going in a telemedicine rather than visiting the hospitals. So all these things has conceptualized into a kind of a proper use case building around 5G, where we can offer kind of a real-time experience to our end user, as well as we will be able to support our remote areas or rural areas where there are no primary healthcare facilities are available. So considering all these, today we are going to talk about what exactly 5G can offer and what we can deliver in near terms to our consumers in this sector. So what are the pressing needs of healthcare? I'll quickly touch base upon this. Any hospital needs a consistent access to healthcare services. If it is not consistent, people will not prefer going there. We have to cover the entire nationwide affordable health services. If same time, if it is not cost effective, people will not basically prefer adopting these kind of technologies. The continuous monitoring of our elderlies and critical care patients, we have seen in the recent past, where because of pandemic and in any hospital for that matter, the care of the critical care patients are very crucial. Approximately 75% of ICU related errors are converting into some sort of incidents. At the same time, the privacy of the data of my patients are very important, and we have to adhere with the regulatory compliance. So any technology which is being developed has to comply with the guidelines of healthcare and regulatory compliance. Same time, the real-time access to the data of the patient, live record monitoring, and there are different health alerts which we are getting for the patient has to be accessible in the kind of remote devices. The reliable and efficient network is again a very key thing here, which we're talking, because if the network is not reliable, then possibly will not be able to achieve the serious use cases, for example, remote surgery and all. Scalability is another aspect where today, let's say we are having around 100-bed hospital. Tomorrow, if I would like to scale it to 1,000-bed hospitals, same time the technology should also support. So from greenfield to brownfield kind of a deployment, these kind of pressing needs are there, and that's how the 5G comes into picture. So here in Jio, we have developed a kind of a homegrown indigenous world-class solutions, and our in-house developed radio products as well as the standalone core, which Mr. Sunil has talked about in the previous session. This is unleashing the multiple 5G use cases, which are in various domains, including healthcare, industry 4.0 for that matter, and agriculture. So this is how we are going to promise our customer what we are going to offer. The key here is the use case and the network go hand in hand. If I cannot offer a kind of a promising services to my customer, I cannot give them a dedicated bandwidth latency, the use cases will not be a feasibility. That's how the private 5G concepts are coming into picture, where the customized 5G network as per the healthcare institution need could be delivered. And at the same time, these networks are very secured and reliable. So that's how the infrastructure cost, which we are right now spending in expanding the hospital chains or converting hospital into a smart hospitals, for that matter, any healthcare institutions, will be comparatively very low. The future network architecture and on-demand network upscaling, as I mentioned, like it is very much feasible with 5G. And at the same time, we can integrate many artificial intelligence and machine learning capabilities over the edge, and which will enable these technologies to talk in real time. And obviously, it will ultimately result into the faster diagnosis of a disease or a more accurate prescription which doctor is giving. The network slicing feature is something where we can assure, let's say there's an area where hundreds of people are roaming with their phones. If I have to supply the network to a certain building, that's how the network slicing come into picture. So 5G, I can dedicate a speed to a particular institution, and that's called a network slicing functions. So all these things are very much possible with 5G, and that's how we can assure people to have 10x more throughput, and there is a decrease in the latency, and at the same time, I can increase my network efficiency at the very higher level. These are the few KPIs which we are planning to offer to our customers in future. One is the latency. Obviously, whenever we talk about any such applications which are coming in future about 5G use cases, the latency plays a key role here. And we are talking about here 1 to 10 millisecond latencies. So whenever I'm talking about delivering something in a real time, the latency matters to me. Same time, the throughput. We are targeting to achieve in an ideal situation more than 1.5 Gbps of throughput. At the same time, the speed, which is expected, the practical speed with all the obstacles are around 1 Gbps. So if we have a kind of a dedicated use case which demands, let's say 100 and 150 Mbps speed with 5G is very much possible. At the same time, the reliability and the availability of the network is something which we offer as 99.999%. Energy is another concept where, I mean, if I have my device or my equipments, if they are very high power consumption equipments, it will not be a viable solution for an end user. So that's why it's into the low to medium range as of now. Now I will quickly move to the few prominent use cases which we have recently deployed and we have tested, I would say, because right now we have just test beds of 5G. So these are the use cases. First example, I'll talk about the connected ambulance. I mean, if you have seen the ambulance, the typical time to reach to a destination and carry the patient and go back to the hospital, approximately 60 minutes. And the same time, the time increase when you are transporting the patient from rural area to urban areas. At the same time, just imagine if someone has a stroke, every minute is crucial. The 5G connected ambulance, which can provide a kind of an innovative way to connect the patients and the ambulance workers and remote medical expert who are sitting at the hospital. The cameras inside the ambulance can give a transit kind of a high definition footage to the remote clinician with the almost zero latency. Where the delays are there in milliseconds, the real-time streaming of patient data. At the same time, there are vitals of patients which are coming on the screen. It can be transmitted to the clinicians. The paramedical staff who are sitting at the other location can treat the patient quickly, and also the emergency department team who are awaiting the ambulance at the destination hospital, they can be well prepared. So these are the prominent use cases which 5G can offer. At the same time, when we are talking about mobility, these are the kind of high-speed vehicles. So the handshaking between different network to network are very important. The 5G network is something which we can offer a kind of a good handshaking, and there will be a kind of a almost zero lag when we are transferring or transporting these vehicles in high speed. The second use case here is Robotic radiology for remote diagnosis. We have seen almost 65% of Indian population lives in a rural or remote area. They have very limited access to the imaging facilities due to the lack of the radiologists, technologists, and there are different infrastructure issues. The inpatient and outpatient, whosoever is admitted in the hospital, has to travel to these locations, and sometimes it's very painful also. And the imaging clinics are also very limited in urban and rural areas as well. These kind of a robot is basically the entire system is mounted in a kind of a autonomous mobile robot system. So in this telerobotic radiology, or I would say robotic ultrasound, the access to sonography and providing a sonographer or sonologist the ability to move the equipment or a probe, ultrasound probe from a distant location and perform ultrasound examinations are very much possible. The haptic sensor sitting at a different location can be used to move these kind of a probe in any direction. It can include rotating and rocking, tilting, anything you can do with these kind of robot. At the same time, you can diagnose the patient. The primary assistance with this kind of a device can do is basically are very important in these kind of a pandemic situation. And the kind of a cardiopulmonary assessment of the patient, of the COVID-19 patient, is also possible with these kind of a solutions. And we have recently tested it and we found it very much helpful. The other robot we are talking here is basically UV disinfection robot. So the UVC lights are mounted on the autonomous mobile robot, and it can basically have an ultraviolet lamp which can emit the lights and disinfect the environment from the bacteria and the viruses. So these are kind of a UVC radiations which are kind of a non-touch technology, and the irradiation are very much effective to kill the microorganism. You have seen the people cleaning manually these OTs and hospital. Those kind of activities are hugely depends on the individual's skills, and obviously there are requiring on-site of observations when these kind of things are being performed. At the same time, with these kind of a robotic solutions, what we can offer, let's say there's a ward, COVID ward, or there's a operation theater. Without any human presence, these robots can sanitize the place, and these are the smart robots which has the capability to being controlled remotely. So if I want to remotely control these robots, obviously the 5G comes into picture where I have to have a almost real-time latency. Again, at the same time, it is non-harmful for the health workers, and in all these entire process, the UV light will not also leave any residues, and it making everything a very environment friendly kind of solutions. The next robot here is a robot for hospital intralogistics. This is something which we have seen in the recent past. Because of COVID-19 pandemic, we have put lots of strain on our hospital and admin facilities, and they were more busy into serving patients and delivering the logistics, include the food, medicine, and different supplies to the patients. And it was really a hectic job for the caregivers. These kind of solutions we can mount on a kind of again a robotic autonomous mobile robot platform. and it has a LiDAR sensors which allows it to move into any kind of a environment, and it can avoid the obstacles. Not like historical solutions which are available where you have to put a kind of a patching on the floor and all that. These robots are smart, which can take decisions and move around. At the same time, all these functionality of both the robots are controlled by the fleet management software available at the edge. So whenever decisions are being made, or let's say I would like to override these robots manually, the edge computing comes into, edge power comes into picture. So there the 5G plays a vital role, and the end-to-end operations of these machines look very seamless. Another use case is tele-intensive care units, ICUs. It's a kind of a field of telemedicine where we can provide these technologies to monitor the critically ill patients who are admitted in the hospital, and doctors and clinicians sitting offsite can monitor n number of beds, ICU beds at the same time. We have seen in recent past, because of the human error, approximately 70% of these contributes to the errors in understanding the ICU readings and taking rightly decisions. So at the same time, if we implement these kind of solutions which gives the real-time information, the overall cost will also decrease, the health of patients and the manual error will also decrease, health of patient will increase, and at the same time the safety, and we can assure whatever patients are admitted, they are treating well. And that's how this tele-incentive care units comes into picture, and that could be monitored over different location, point A, point B. Doctor sitting even in India or abroad can monitor various ICU beds at the same time in the hospital. So that's how it's really helped. The other tele-procedure transmission is something where kind of a remote surgeons sitting at a remote location, people can watch how we are performing the, let's say, laparoscopy or Da Vinci robotic surgery at the same time. This is the kind of a solution which we can use and we can serve millions of our users, including the medical college students, research institutions. All they can just watch what is happening, how doctors are doing all these operations, and it will be at the same time a good learning and a kind of a collaborating discussions also. So this is kind of a good use case for building a skilled India and a skilled manpower. I think many of us has talked about the 5G enabled roles. So same time, the logistics of medicine supply is also not an exception. Here we are talking about the beyond visual line of sight solutions. Why? Because till date, most of the solutions who are there in the drone industry are being controlled by the remote control, and where the limitations of the length and the distance are there. So when I have to supply, let's say, a kind of a cold chain product, which includes blood, pelts, and maybe sometime the organs also, these kind of technologies are very much helpful. At the same time, sitting at the remote location anywhere in India, we can monitor what is happening, where the drone are flying, and there could be multiple drones at the same time which can be operated. So many of the companies are right now focusing on this direction, and at the same time we are also working in this. So that's how I kept in upcoming use cases, and lots of R&Ds are going on in this field, and soon this will be a reality. Another use case is 5G enabled AR/VR. So AR/VR is a field where lots of industries and domains are getting interested, and particularly for the healthcare, basically we are talking here about a kind of a medical imaging solution. For example, when a patient is admitted in a hospital, someone has to scan the brain and try to explain the patient about the problem. Usually in a layman term, people will not understand. So doctor who are expert in that could scan the 2D image and create a kind of a 3D model to explain a patient, or use it at the same time for the research and operation. Also the AR/VR field, many people are using these kind of solutions for remote surgery, wearing the AR/VR, they can perform a kind of a skill-based training. There are multiple modules available which allows a student to learn more or do a practical in terms of AR or virtual environment. So where they will get trained on all these things before actually doing operations on a real subject. So the dummy subjects are mostly not available in many hospitals, or the even live subjects are not available. So all these problem statement could be very well solved with these kind of a solution. Same time, there are very pharmaceutical companies who are doing a kind of a microbiology kind of a research. So these kind of a solutions can very well help them to visualize and sell their products in the market. So this is something which is coming as the next use case of AR/VR. We have other use cases which are basically not right now available in India, but very soon this will be a possibility. One is the tele remote surgery. So I talked about the Vinci robot and as well as the different kind of techniques which we can provide a kind of a remote surgical operations. We can the surgeon sitting at the remote areas can operate these machines, and suppose there are needs in the small rural hospitals or a kind of a military warfare situations where the doctor is physically not present. So these kind of a remote surgical equipments are very much helpful in all these situations. Next is Tele Radiology. We have seen again, kind of a challenge with the manpower where the skilled manpowers are not 100% available in all the places. So the clinician sitting it remotely can operate these machines, which are CT or MRI kind of scanner machines, and the consoles are very much controllable at the remotely. And at the same time, they can do a chat, voice and video kind of a streamings with their supervisors who are sitting next to the patient and guide them how to operate and perform a test. So this is something which is coming in near future. Telemedical service is again a kind of a telemedicine practice which many people are following, I'm sure, in India, but at the same time, the reliable network is the key here. I can have, I mean, the X-ray, I can also perform a kind of an MRI, I can perform a kind of a different parameters of the patient. I can check remotely, I can prescribe the medicines. All these is possible with these kind of a telemedicine service. But at the same time, the reliable network is the key. Without reliable network and real-time monitoring, these kind of concepts are not viable. So when we talk about the rural area or the urban area or the dense areas where networks are not available, these are the problem statements. So with 5G, we are trying to achieve these telemedicine services as our next thing, which are very much possible. Yes, so forward path, I'll take another 1 minute on this. So we as Jio, we have created versatile 5G platform, and in that we are testing many use cases. Again, the healthcare are something which is something that's coming as a new opportunity. And obviously there are various challenges, and to serve the wide range of customers and sectors is also a key. We could assist multiple large, medium, small hospitals. We can transform their network into real-time healthcare. At the same time, the technologies which can be deployed in all these situations to monitor the patients are very much possible. The 5G solutions which we are giving is very much scalable. The IT infra which is there at multiple locations right now with many hospitals and institutions who are managing the heavy amount of data are very much adaptable to this situation. And there are different communities and there are different institutions who are working in this area to monitor the patients, and there are new technologies which are coming up. These are the few use cases we talked about, but at the same time, when we want to deliver a high speed throughput on the low latency to any institution or government institutions, the 5G is the key here. So to communicate more effectively with all these devices, be it machine to machine communication or a low latency or a high throughput, this is how the 5G is going to play a vital role. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. May I request you to just unshare your screen, sir? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so thank you, Akhil Garg-ji, and thank you, Ashish Bhatnagar-ji, for wonderful presentations. Rather, in the chat box, some of the participants are writing that excellent presentation and has a lot of value for humanity. So, in fact, all those, it was not kind of a presentation, but the use cases which Jio platform has developed using the 5G technology which you have. And let us open the forum for any question from anyone from the participants. Before the, as of now, there's no question in the chat box as such. Let me ask one question, that all those use cases which you explained, some of them would require a very, very high latency and reliability, and also bandwidth. Just a generic question that as of now, how much those parameter has been achieved, for example, in terms of latency or in terms of peak throughput, in case you are willing to answer that. Akhil or Ashish ji, any one of you.
So in terms of bandwidth, I'll say that bandwidth requirements or the bandwidth expectations from the 5G are high. It will go up to gigabytes. What has been achieved definitely depends on the location from the tower. There are many applications which have a requirement of 30 Mbps or something that are easily achievable. In terms of the latency, it is broadly like more or less between 10 to 30 milliseconds. That's what has been achieved. But yes, it is subjective. It depends a lot on to where the towers are and where the user is.
Yeah, so at the same time, I would like to add a few things here. The bandwidth and the latency is something which 5G is, very much scalable in that terms. When we talk about the private 5G network, so I'm not saying if let's say 100 people are using my network at the same time, I will not be able to deliver dedicated network slice to a customer or dedicated network services. That's how all these concepts are now coming into picture, where the dedication of the network is very much possible with the new technology. So yeah, if someone has a certain kind of a requirement, it can be very much fulfilled with our 5G network.
Yeah, thank you. We also have one Joint Secretary Agriculture from Chhattisgarh. If you like to ask any question, you can open your mic. We have allowed that. And we have a raised hand from P. Dorje. We have enabled your mic. You can open and ask your question. Yeah, Mr. Dorje.
Yeah, can I come in? Okay, Ashokji, thank you. So nice. So it's a wonderful presentation. Definitely Sunilji, Sauji and Jio team has presented nicely how we are going with the upcoming technology and existing technology. My point is one, Mr. Sahu has mentioned about yield potential. Yield potential means how much yield we can take from the farm, right? That is definitely going to increase the farmer income. Right? For farmer income, we require agriculture input, we require water supply, on farm application, and we require marketing of his produce. Now, issue in our country like India, where we got around 69.6% people who got less than 1 hectare land. And major farmer, they do contract farming. They are doing farming in others' land. So in this situation, such technology, how we can put on ground, we will get maximum produce yield as well as we can save the natural resource water. I'm from water sector, Central Water Commission Chief Engineer. So these are the issues to be discussed, to be seen, because doing something on lab and putting on the ground, lot of things we have to see in between. What is the capacity, what is the knowledge, what is the financial power of our farmers, and what he's going to get is produced from the small holding. These are the points needs to be all the policy planners to see. Thank you.
So I totally agree with your points that it's not only enough to get the technology in place. It is much more important to ensure the usability of the technology, particularly understanding the demographics of India, in which you rightly pointed out that the majority of the population is having lesser than 1 acres. So that's why we have to build the technology which is very effective even for the small farmers and come up with different models like community farming, And also, I think that with the help of the drones, definitely drone is not feasible if we are just going to have one drone for a one farmer in a 1 acre of land. Obviously, it is beyond his affordability. That's why the key technologies like 5G, in which the drone can be can be administered by an expert sitting somewhere else, and we work onto shared economy. So this is how we can work onto it. But I completely agree with your comments that building the technology and ensuring its adoption, these are two different things, and we have to tick both the boxes. That is building the technology, ensuring its accuracy, and building it in such a way that our farmers, even who have lesser land, they get the benefit out of it in an affordable way. So this is a challenge that no one company can solve. It is a challenge that we all together have to solve, whereby technology is coming from one, operational expertise is coming from another. So it's a common problem and we can all solve it only together.
Yeah, so thank you. And I have Sunil sir also opened the video and mic. Sir, if you have any question.
Yeah, sure. Actually, I just wanted to ask two questions to Akhil. And now Balaji also, I'm seeing that he has joined. To good afternoon, Balaji from Vodafone. So my question is twofold. One is that earlier Dr. Sakwa has told about soil sensing by a remote method, as well as through IoT systems, through sensors and all. So whether sensor system for such a thing has it developed? Is it indigenously available? What is the position there? That is my first question. Second question is, like Mr. Dorje has told, there's a digital divide. So particularly so in the farmer community, you can see that there will be one segment who are practically, technologically totally unaware, and there will be rich farmers or middle farmers who can adapt to the smartphones and they are enabled with technology. So for example, you are going to have remote availability of autonomous tractors. So now how to commoditize that? It will reach the retail farmer, the individual farmer. So now on the other side, operators are one force who are available everywhere. You have got a point of presence across the countryside. So just like you have made the prepaid services popular by enabling the top up from right from the every pan shop, you have made that product accessible to the lowest strata of the society. Similarly, this kind of smart solutions, how do you propose to commoditize so that it can reach out to the technically illiterate segment of society? So these are the two questions I would like to ask Akhil.
Sure, sir. Both are very wonderful questions, I'll say. So now to start with the sensors. So sensors, there is no straight yes or no answer to it, because here the sensors, we're talking of different readings, for example, NPK in the micronutrients. And when we have done the analysis, we found that different sensors are accurate into different parameters, and for a few of the micronutrients, they may not be very accurate. So it depends on to the use case. For example, for a particular crop in which the micronutrient is very much critical, then probably sensor may not give as accurate reading as may be possible by the lab results. So, but yes, sensor technology, like any other technology, is evolving over time. The accuracy will improve, and then it will become more usable as well. For now, I'll say that yes, sensor technologies works, but we cannot say it in yes or no that it will work for all the parameters NPK, including the micronutrients or not. Coming back to your second question on how do we ensure that the technologies go to the bottom of the pyramid, to the farmers who are illiterate. And here I'll say that it cannot happen in one day. It will happen over time. Or always there are progressive farmers and there are farmers who follow these progressive farmers. So I believe, like I can just share from my experience. For example, we were doing lots of experiments in Nasik, and what we found out that obviously there is a divide among the farmers who are progressive versus who are the followers. And it was very easy for us to work with the progressive farmers. They in fact gave us very good inputs. So there will be an adoption curve. So once the technology is ready, we cannot expect that it will be going directly to 40 or 50% or even 40-50% is a higher number. I'll say that we should first go to the progressive farmers who are adaptable to it. And as with any technology, it will evolve. So we have done lots of lab tests. We have done lots of the field tests. We have evolved it. But yes, once we go into the mass market, we have to adapt to it. And all those feedback will come from the market. So it will be a slow adoption for any technology.
Okay. Thank you.
I think very good question, Sunilji, and Mr. Dorje also has a very relevant question. My presentation is much shorter. I think Akhil and Ashish have done a fantastic job on covering many use cases from their experience as Jio. I have a shorter presentation, but we worked with 25, 26 districts with 200,000 farmers. We'll share some experience on how we've created communities, how we've actually created ecosystem. And by doing so, we've had significant impact on not just the progressive ones, but the ones who are also emulating the other ones. And everyone wants to improve their lot. There's aspiration everywhere. And I'll share that in the next segment of the presentation once Ashokji provides the opportunity.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I think Dr. Ravi also want to add on to this discussion. So over to you, Ravi, sir.
Yeah, I would like to compliment Akhilji and also Asishji. Before that, I would like to congratulate a wonderful presentation, very excellent presentation. A very relevant question was asked by Dorje Sahab and also Sunil sir. And I'm very happy. So that's why I didn't stop to answer that. The first part is the technology. Next part is the communication and adaptability. So that, my basket should be full to give to someone else. If at all I move with an empty bag, I don't have anything to give. So that is what my role over here is, to develop the technology, develop the know-hows and science and answering some of the science questions. I think a question was raised was whether this technology is available indigenously. My answer is going to be yes. So the technology is indigenously available, but the sensors are all imported. But ISRO has been working, many startups is working. I think recently might have heard IIT Kanpur has come out with some NR spectroscopy. We are also working on that. The challenge remains is the soil, not the crop. How best we can get the soil health mapping using the spectroscopy, and that's what we have been working, the kind of sensors I could show you, the very expensive sensor, but that is not the requirement of the day. The requirement of the day is, if at all I can generate a thematic information and put on the cloud or my server, and I give access to the mobile, to the user, he can access and get it done. And he has a soil information, like soil health card. He has a information how much fertilizer he has to add. That's what the 2 slides I have shown you. So the technology, I say at the very beginning, disruptive, because no more the technology has going to be only a few cluster of the people around the country, like a few who are affordable. This is going to be accessible, affordable to any common man. And that should be our dream. And alone, government agencies, government organizations can't work together. So that's the reason why we need public-private partnership. So I don't know my business model, but Akhilji knows how I can make a business out of it. So this is how we have to go together and do Uberization. So again, coming back to Dorje Shah, I fully agree. I have been working when I joined the institute as a scientist, I worked on the Diara land. I think you are very familiar with the Diara land, the active floodplain of Bihar and some of those Assam. And those lands are owned by somebody else who are very rich and muscle power, but cultivated by poor guy who sits close to the river there. And finally, harvest is taken by somebody else who has more muscle power. So this is what I told, the complex socioeconomic conditions what we have a country, we need to address. Straight, we can't take those technology and adapt to some of the Bhagalpur, Begusai area where really this is a habitat of all criminals because of this. No accessibility is there. Forget about this technology. So we need to really reorient and look forward. And for that purpose, the people like on the ground who are working, like Dorje Shah, the technology, the business partner, like the technology, what I am in the poor world, I am developing something which I can put on my basket to give someone who can take it. So this is what should be the kind of collaborations and looking forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sahu Saab. Ashokji, can I have only 1 minute?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, please. One more thing, because Sahu Saab has shown many data is already being generated in the country with respect to soil and fertilizer. So many things that come up. and Government Ministry of Jal Shakti has given a call for Sahi Fasal, right? We know market. Well, we know India. What India? If we know the what India country for this population, what is the requirement of the produce? Can we have region-wise based on the soil condition and agroclimatic Sahi Fasal adaptation, which is to be convinced to the farmers, they will adopt and will get more better produce as well as country requirement can be need from that. Thank you. That has to be seen, please. Thank you.
I'm very optimistic. Answer is yes. I think we can look forward to see, maybe we can have more discussion on that, how regional scale we can make a donation with respect to the potential of use of water productivity, enhancing the water productivity and making this scarce resource more useful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Perhaps we will continue our dialogues even after this webinar so that something good happens. I'll request Akhil ji and Ashish ji that there are few questions in the chat box. If you can answer there itself so that I move forward in the session. So now the presentation is from Vodafone Idea VI, Vodafone Idea, and it will be presented by, just a moment, give me a moment, Sri P. Balaji, Chief Regulatory and Corporate Affair Officer, Vodafone Idea Limited. So Balaji is a member of core leadership team, they call it CLT of Vodafone Idea Limited, and leads the company regulatory, public policy and government relations activities, etc. He has a unique experience of holding leadership positions in all the three telecom verticals, be it technology, be it device, or now with telecom operator like VI. He is also chairman of ASSOCHAM, National Digital Communications Council, and member of National Council of Apex Industry Chambers, CII, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, and All India Management Associations. So over to you, Balaji, for your presentation. Let me just stop my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ashok sir, for the generous introduction. I hope my screen is visible.
Not yet. If you can just share your screen, sir. We can see your video.
Yes, sir. 1 second. I think I'll. For some reason the share button is not working.
Let me see. Let me check. I think you are already a presenter. Just next to the mic button, you have share option.
Yes, sir. Let me try again, because there is a button. In fact, I've tried to share the desktop. But the share button is not. Is it visible now?
Not yet, sir. Can you just okay. In case it doesn't work, you should try and rejoin, sir.
Okay. Sure. Let me try and rejoin in a second. No, the share button is disabled. It only shows cancel. The share button doesn't seem to work. So maybe I'll just send that presentation to you.
Yeah, I can run and you can speak. Yeah. So are you emailing me or?
I'll just mail it to you right away, sir. I think that's the best way to do it. Just give me 30 seconds.
Meantime, can I start the next presentation so that we?
No, sir. I'll have to leave in 15 minutes since I've been waiting patiently. If you don't mind,
okay,
I'll have to either drop off. And I frankly had a lot of good ideas to share, because I think the previous presentation was very long.
Mail us, sir. Mail us, sir.
I'll just send them. I'll take a minute.
Yeah, please. I have opened my email. You can also use my Gmail ID. I'm just sharing the chat box.
Surely, sir.
Single K in between, just mind it, sir. Or you can copy paste.
Surely, sir. I'm just doing that. In the meantime, I must use this opportunity to first thank DOT and NTIP RIT for this fabulous opportunity to get all stakeholders, IARI, industry together. Surely, I think the opening comments from Mr. Srivastav set the context. I think member technology, Mr. Sunilji, Akhil, Ashish have done a fabulous job, and I think clearly the presentation by Sri Sahu was fantastic. I have just shared it, sir. I hope it's reached you.
Or even you can send using WhatsApp. All options are okay, sir.
Brilliant, sir. I've sent it to you already on your mail ID. I hope that this comes through. What I will share, and I'll make my presentation brief because I think a lot of discussion has already happened on the topic. But I'll give you a practical example on how we've been working as an organization, because we believe that particularly not just in our own sector, which of course we are fortunate to make a lot of difference in the lives of citizens and individuals, but also as a foundation that I am a director of and I handle the Vodafone Idea Foundation. Technology is the core of the initiatives that we do to resolve many societal problems in the areas of education, health, women empowerment, and we picked up agri particularly as a significant, should I say, intervention area. And what we have done is actually work with real life farmers in villages, solving their problems, the kind of things that Dorjis have talked about. They have small farmlands, very little scale, and we are saying we can use technology as a means to actually remove the scale problem. As we've done with telecom services, so can we do in this smart agri area. And with that kind of a mindset, we've actually worked in several districts, which is what I hope that I'll share in about 10 minutes and be open for any specific questions that come up. I don't know if Ashok sir, you've received the presentation now.
Ashok, you're on mute.
Not yet, Balaji. If you have sent on Gmail,
I have sent you on. 1 minute, sir. My Gmail will
open. I'm just refreshing again and again. So,
sir, एक बार Gmail का मुझे बता दीजिएगा. I think I'm not seen it on the web.
Gmail is ashokkumar100@gmail.com. In between there is a single K. ASHOK. Yeah. Yes, ASHOKUMAR. There's a single K in between. 100@gmail.com.
I send there also, sir. आपको मिल जाना चाहिए.
In the meantime, please continue speaking, sir. So
surely. I'll continue speaking. So what you will find in the presentation, and we'll rush through that faster once I cover. We've said, how do we make sure that technology can be leveraged for self-sustenance of and number one, and also for enterprise farming. And the initiative that we've done has enhanced the livelihood of 270,000 farmers. That's a significant number through sustainable farming approach. And we've used smart technologies. What we have done in simple terms is ensured that there is real-time and localized inputs on agriculture practices being given to the farmers. What we've also done is we've adopted IoT-based solutions, sensors that was spoken about earlier. I think that was a question specifically Sunilji had asked as well. We've got that out there. Second, cloud was referred to by Ashish and Akhil. We've actually implemented cloud solutions. We've used artificial intelligence, and we worked with local agencies on the ground, implementation partners, to make sure that we can get these farmers onboarded. So there is a trust factor which is built in, and also with local, state, and central agriculture universities, because they are a repository of large amount of information. So by stitching a whole ecosystem, not just technology, but also training and onboarding is very easily done, because there's trust built up by ecosystem partners, each of them playing their own unique role in order to make sure that from the traditional delivery channels, we can go to an ICT-enabled channel for smart agriculture. We provide advisory services, we provide agri-news and information. We even help them with the problem that Ashish referred to on market access, right? So we worked in that area as well. And that's really what I would say has been the strength of what we've been able to accomplish. Sahu sir, I don't know if the presentation is up there, otherwise I'll continue in the same way that I'm speaking. Our intervention is covering 6 states, 24 districts. We have actually covered 5 crop types. We have deployed hundreds of sensors. Our advisory services are not just available in Hindi, but also in the local language of the particular state that we're working in. So we've looked at Marathi and Assamese as another means of communicating that information back, because then it becomes very easy for the farmer to use it for their improvement of yield purposes. And we have locally deployed the platform on AWS, right? So effectively, we are trying to make it everything local in order to make sure that the enhancement of the livelihood of these farmers, 270,000, is done in a very significant manner. There was a talk about progressive farmers. Truly, that is an important factor to consider. When we worked with our social sector partners in this agri implementation, we ensured that we had 500 demonstration plots which were set across these 24 districts. Why these? Because they are more progressive. They are aspired towards by the smaller farmers. They look up to them. They may not be big farmers. They can be only progressive farmers, even with small land holdings, willing to not just adopt new technology, more importantly, impart. So it is a two-way street. If I invest in you for these new sensors, new way of working, then it's your duty to also train others not so privileged, because why should we put the sensor only for you or these technologies for you if others can equally benefit from the advantages that you have gained for the reason. The IoT devices that we have put together is for an automated workstation. It has got crop view camera. We have insect traps in order to make sure we can have specific formulated pesticide intervention. We have soil moisture sensors, the point that Mr. Dorje talked about, water issues. We've created for small teams, experts that are looking at this data through cloud analytics and making a project dashboard, field climate application with real-time data related to all these facets that I talked about, which are then looked at by agricultural scientists. That's not our job. That's not an operator's job. That is done by agriculture scientists, and they're very good scientists available in India. Based on that, advisories are sent on pest management, on harvesting, when is the right time to harvest, what are the weather forecasts, and what things they have to do. And further, if they need to reach out, they also have the opportunity to reach out to some of these experts for specific feedback or information. And then the most important point is to work on capacity building and support to the farmers, because if we do not do that, then it will not become long-standing. It will be an intervention which will die the moment we exit. What we are looking for is lasting impact, sustainable impact. So that's really where we work very, very strongly with our local partners. And the good news is, and again, I'm sorry, I wish I could have presented my slides because it would have given you a good architecture of what we have deployed in the field. But I guess we'll continue. Sahu sahab, Gmail mein bhi nahi aaya.
I spoke to Sakshi, she sent and I have received. I'm trying to open, sir.
Ashok ji, mil gaya aapko, theek hai. I sent you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, no problem. So I'll continue. I'll come to the impact and maybe I'll touch upon the slides which talk about the architecture a little bit later. Okay, so if I come to the outcome, and we've just finished phase 1 dipstick at the moment for about 50,000 farmers. We look at soya, for example, and cotton. Yield, again, an important part because outcome depends on yield. Okay. On soya, the yield has gone up.
Not showing yet.
Sorry, sir. I'll continue, sir. So on, so on the yield itself, on soya per hectare, the yield has gone up 35%. Yield, right? So from 10.9 quintals, from 8.1 quintals has gone up to 10.9 quintals per hectare. Cotton from 13.4 has gone up to 14.5 quintals in the first intervention. It's only going to improve. That's an 8.5% improvement already. Second parameter is reduction in input costs. So one is yield, which is the output. Second is the reduction in input costs, because that becomes a very big bottleneck for small farmers. Here, for soya, 14.5% reduction per hectare in input cost. So from about 27,500, 600 has become 23,500. Cotton, 10 to 12% again. From 54,000 rupees a hectare, it's come down to 48,000 rupees a hectare. So increase yield, reduce cost. And the third thing which I told you, we already started working with them by setting up cooperatives for better crop and market access from a produce point of view. The price itself, we found that there's a increase because of what we've created as the farmer coalitions, and they are able to therefore get better rates from the mandis. And the soya farmers, for example, are now able to get nearly about 4 to 5% improvement in the price of the produce, right? So one, improve the production, two, reduce the cost, and third, work on the market interface, which allows them to negotiate better rates per unit. And therefore, on all these three dimensions, it's a big impact that's getting created. And of course, this is just being done on 4G and existing, 2G, 3G networks and 4G networks. Clearly, I think the earlier presenters have fabulously talked about what 5G can do, whether it's for equipment monitoring, whether it's for machinery tracking, whether it's for irrigation management, for livestock management, the number of sensors being multiplied significantly, for the produce to get to markets, vehicle tracking. I think there are many, many, many applications that are possible with the faster communication and machine-to-machine data transfer, which is possible, and also the reduced cost of delivery of services that will come with 5G. And therefore, I'm very bullish, I'm very positive that what we've done is a significant investment of time and effort built over several man years and 2 physical years that we've actually spent even the pandemic time to work with the farmers and with our partners to create huge impact for about nearly 270,000 farmers in 26 districts over 5 crop cycles. And so I think it's something that we are very passionate about. We will continue to work on these initiatives going forward. Again, I'm sorry, I wish I could have shown you slides on the architecture that we have, but for some reason, technology is not helping me today. But again, thank you once more to NTI, PRIT and DOT and all the dignitaries, Mr. Sahu from IARI, Mr. Dorji, Mr. Sunil Kumar, and everybody, and Mr. Ravi Sahu. Really, I think you said the text very well. And so thank you for this opportunity. I've kept, as I said, my presentation or my discussion short. I'll definitely be looking for connecting with IARI and other dignitaries here, just so that whatever we can do can get a multiplier effect, because ek se ek milenge to, katra ban jayega samundar. So that's a belief that we work with, and we'll definitely carry on that spirit beyond this particular conference. And once again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Balaji. So anyway, without slides also, you could communicate well. So one point which I wanted to ask is that since Vodafone has got presence globally, how much you feel that the global use cases with reference to health and agriculture are adaptable to our country, or they are totally different situations?
No, excellent question, sir. I think there are definitely benefits of using the best practices, no question about it. We definitely benefit from that wisdom which has been, created by other smart people in different markets of Vodafone Group. At the same time, we are also humble enough to say that our ecosystem is a little different because of the paying capacity is different. The scales are different, sir, as you know. I mean, you know it better than us here in the field from the government side. So adapting a business model to the scale that India does, to the unique issues that we face of smaller farmlands or distant literacy levels being relatively lower, but aspirations being high, are the kind of things that we then therefore try to put together. And therefore, for us, India-specific use cases with a different twist, so to say, customized in some cases and sometimes starting ground up, are both something that we've had to do, sir, as a means to impact positively to the last mile. So both things are important, but best practices definitely help us to avoid certain. They'll say, boss, ye mat karo. Then we are saying, okay, why? And then we can avoid those pitfalls. So we don't have to repeat history all over again.
Yeah. So as per your global awareness, which part of the globe or which are the countries which have maximally started using 5G for this kind of use cases, particularly with reference to agriculture? So can you say
a lot of countries in Europe have made significant steps in this direction. Germany definitely is very high out there. Also, Israel, we have seen a lot of actions going on. There's a smaller country, but very innovative in the agri space because they are living in arid zones. So we are able to get the benefits of larger tech-intensive places and also some of them which are having similar problems of water resources being scarce, etc. So we are able to get from both sides. Sir.
Thank you.
Back to you, Ashokji.
Yeah, thank you, Balaji. Sorry, even the presentation which came, I could not open. I don't know, something happens when you are in hurry. So it hanged kind of my PowerPoint app hanged. So even I'm not able to present the one which I was doing earlier. So okay, thank you so much. But even without presentations, so you are very, very crisp, clear about the use cases which you have been working on, sir, and that was a really nice presentation. So thank you so much. And maybe the floor, I can open the floor for any question from any of the participants. Sunil sir has already asked few questions, but still, if any of the, I think Balaji is also late for his next program. So if there's one question by Anis Satyan in the chat box from CDAC. What's the role of NB-IoT concept in 5G network for rate data transmission? I don't know what question you want to ask.
I think the point which he's saying is that for sensor related thing, is narrowband IoT good enough? I think the answer is yes. Multiple sensors, you can basically pick up information with that also. But clearly the scale, as we discussed, India is about scale, and as the scale enhances, then capacity would be definitely required, real-time information for what was told as precision farming, and that was something that Sahu sir talked about earlier. For those kind of things, then it is important to have one network architecture rather than multiple. So at small level, NB-IoT is good enough, but as you build up scale and want to give more services, then it is much better to have one network layer of 5G or 4G rather than to have two architectures.
Just a follow-up, like how much percentage of Vodafone Idea's 4G network is narrowband IoT enabled?
So, sir, actually, since we have not switched off our 2G because still there are in India about 400 million people are using 2G services. Of course, they're using it on Vodafone Idea, Airtel, and on BSNL. Jio is 100% 4G network. So. And they're working with so since we already have 2G network, we're able to still use narrowband IoT for a lot of these sensor-based applications. So because, historically about 8, 10 million, 12 million, 15 million sensors were deployed several years ago, and they were put on 2G network. Slowly, we can convert them into 4G sensors. It takes time. Customers say why I should invest if my job is getting done, etc. So in that case, the advantage of 2G network we are using to provide the narrowband services.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Balaji. Thank you so much for sparing time for this presentation, and sorry for not being able to.
Don't say sorry, sir. You provided this platform. We are grateful for the platform and the network which will happen because of this. Thank you very much.
And one request, in case since I have presentation, a PDF form of that, can we share with the participant?
Yes, sir. I'll send you across the PDF to you, or you can make PDF, sir. That is also okay.
Yeah, right. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Balaji, for a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir. And I think it's a great idea, sir. We'd be very grateful equally for other presenters. They've been fantastic. So if PDF form of theirs also sent to us, we'd be very grateful. Whether Sahu Saab or Ashish and others.
Yes, I'll do it. Surely, I'll do it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you once again to all of you.
Thank you. Going forward, now we have presentation from EGO5. We have Noor Fatma from EGO5, CTO of EGO5. So I would request Noorji to introduce yourself because my presentation is also not working for a moment. So, and then you start your presentation. Over to you, Noor.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Noor Fatma. I'm the CTO of EGO5 Solutions. EGO5 Solution is an AR/VR company. We have our own made in India built AR platform, which can be used for making applications and use cases for various sectors. And I have around 15 plus years of experience in product management. In EGO5 Solutions, I'm responsible for the technological roadmap and the architecture of the products and taking those to the market. So I'll just share my presentation. Today we'll be presenting some two of the use cases which are in healthcare. Just a second, I'll just share. Yeah, is my screen visible?
It's coming up, Noor Fatima. Just give it a minute.
Okay, okay. So our journey has been since 2018. Right now we are
not visible, Noor. We can just see your name NF in that. We're not able to see the presentation.
Oh, just a second. Maybe I'll reshare it.
Yes, it's visible now.
It's visible? Yeah.
You can go into slideshow mode.
Yeah, it's visible. The second slide.
No, you need to go into the slideshow mode.
Yeah, it is in slideshow mode. Just a second. Okay, just a second. I'll reshare it. There's some problem it's showing. Just a second. Yeah. What is happening? Just a second. Yeah, 1 second. Just a second. Now is it visible? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this is our journey. We started in 2018 to develop the platform. Right now we are in 2021, where we are working on our metaverse assets so that we can blur the lines between the physical and the digital world. So the first product which we'll be presenting is the RT DICOM viewer. We know what are the major ailments which the Indian healthcare system is with a population, such a big population we are facing. So during the pandemic, the CT and MRI, it became very commonplace. But one of the major problems was sharing that data between the doctors. So we have come up with this 3D DICOM viewer, which is nothing but a CT, MRI, X-ray viewer, which is presented to the doctor on the mobile in the traditional 2D images view also, and also in 3D view. So here is a small screen grab of our application, which is presented to the doctor. So here the doctor can see the CT MRI in traditional 2D images form, and also in 3D form. So now what you'll see is it would be a tumor. It would be a segmented tumor of the brain in 3D view. This is the brain, and the red part you see is the segmented tumor. So it gives the doctor a clearer view of where the tumor is. It helps in diagnosis and also in patient information. The beauty of this solution is that it works on mid-range mobiles, and the heavy CT MRI data, it can be shared easily, and the augmented reality mode is also available. The architecture of the application is fairly simple. When the CT MRI is done in the lab, it is uploaded by the technician onto the RT platform. And then on the RT platform, it is the AI assisted segmentation is done. And then the CT MRI is presented to the doctor. The doctor can view it on his mobile in both as 2D images as well as in 3D mode. The platform, it can also be ported to third-party AR/VR glasses for big hospital setups, and it can be also integrated in any hospital management system. the 3D volume rendering tool which we provide, it can be used to visualize large volumes of data generated by modern CT MRI scanners in 3-dimensional space. And with 5G available, we are working on live transmission, live streaming of CT MRI data when it is being done at the lab to the doctor, where he can see using his either a mobile or a AR/VR or AR/VR glasses. So that is one use case which we are right now working on, is live transmission of 3D data from the lab to the treating doctor. The second solution which we present here is RT remote patient monitoring platform. During the pandemic, the video consultation, it became a very common norm. Now using the power of 5G of high data and low bandwidth, we are suggesting a solution which is a transmission of hologram of patients from remote area to the doctor setup. So what we propose here is setting up of kiosks, small kiosks in remote areas, maybe villages or gram panchayats, which are equipped with RT telehealth setup, which is nothing but 4 to 8 cameras and some system to record the vitals of the patient. The patient can visit the kiosk and set up an appointment with a doctor sitting at the urban area, maybe AIIMS or any other district hospital. And then at the appointed time, the patient visits the kiosk, sits in this setup, and his 3D hologram. 3D hologram is nothing but a 3D view, a real-time 3D view of the patient. So in video consultation, what happens is the field of view is limited. The doctor can see only in 2D mode. Now what we transmit is a 3D hologram of the patient, which is a 3D replica, exact replica of the patient. The doctor can rotate it, zoom out, and see what the problems are. So the first level of consultation can be done from the villages itself at the gram panchayat, and then the patient can decide if he wants to visit, if there is a need to visit the district hospital for further consultation or not. So the crowding of the hospitals can also be checked, and it would be possible with 5G. So it is same, and we offer right now in 4G, we offer playback mode, wherein the patient data would be recorded and can be transmitted, and the doctor can play back. But with 5G available, we can do it in real time. And the platform can be ported to third-party AR/VR glasses for big hospital setups. So this is on the left-hand side, you would see a basic setup which would be done in a kiosk for the patient, for making the patient hologram. And this is the view which would be on the right side. The view is which would be presented to the doctor. So that is from my side. If there are any questions, I'm open to it.
Thank you, Noor Fatma ji. There are 1 or 2 questions, so I'll quickly read out for you. Yes. So the one question is that, is kiosk proposed model or almost developed? And the other question is, what is the general size of your 2D files? These are the 2 questions in the chat box.
Okay. So the size of the 3D files?
Yeah, I mean, please.
Yeah. So the size of the 3D file, it would be typically in the when we are storing it, it would be after compression, it would be in the range of around 20 MBs. And and the second question for the kiosk part, we are working on a setup, on a 4-camera setup. It is not we are doing it in a 5G lab at Capgemini. We are trying to do it in a 5G lab at Capgemini. But for the kiosk, it has not yet been set up for any village, etc. It is still a proposed solution. Right, but RT DICOM viewer, it is currently working.
Okay, fine. So thank you so much, Noor Fatma ji, for wonderful presentation and the use case in AR/VR field. Now, the next is presentation from Capgemini. So let me introduce. So we have Monica Gupta ji from Capgemini. Ma'am is Vice President 5G Public Telecom Domain. Ma'am is member of Group 5G and 8 team responsible for industry use cases and partnership. Ma'am also holds the industry-focused 5G lab for innovation, R&D, and experimentation in Mumbai, India. She works with industry clients and communication service providers, our TSPs, globally on their data-driven digital transformation, developing innovative solutions and generating positive impact, leveraging 5G, edge, cloud, IoT, AI, XR, and related technology. So thank you so much, Monica ji, for coming here. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Ashok ji, and thank you so much for this opportunity. In fact, it was a pleasure for me also to listen to all the other speakers, and I hope all the participants and the audiences actually benefit because I would be actually presenting a global perspective and what Capgemini is doing globally, which of course is very relevant for India also. And if I may proudly say, we make in India for the world. So, so just a quick, brief about Capgemini. We are not a CSP, and as you would see, we work with all the world's CSPs and the industry clients. We are primarily a services company. We excel in digital transformations, and the services which we offer are around consulting, engineering, technology, and R&D solutions and services. And so which is where we work both with the industries and with the telcos, and then holistically across different technologies and end-to-end solutions. So I'll just share my screen.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Yes.
You can go to presentation mode.
Yes. So I will be quick. I think most of the other speakers have already set the context, but just to, I kind of am presenting it in the form of a story such that people can hopefully, get the key messages and also, remember this. It becomes easier when narrated in a form of a flow or a story. So first of all, 5G, I mean, the whole potential of this technology is for its adoption in industries, which obviously will result in a huge impact when it comes to industries, to economy, to societies, to social development, inclusiveness, and of course to individuals and people. So the main opportunity of 5G for industries is basically a two-pronged opportunity. On one side, we see all industries, different industry sectors evolving. They are becoming more, adopting more digital, so basically becoming more advanced digitally, and obviously adopting more more automation and means of working. Effectively, they are becoming intelligent, which is primarily, I mean, where does the intelligence come from? The intelligence comes from data. Once you have data, once you are able to analyze and derive insights from data, you obviously apply the learnings and become more and more intelligent. And this applies holistically across all industrial operations. Then comes a technology like 5G, which gives you very nice high speed, low latency, near real time, industry grade connectivity capabilities. So 5G in this case becomes an enabler for digital transformation, and the various operations in which it can be used for different industrial operations is mentioned in this square box here, be it connecting people, safety, security, autonomous operations, high precision, risky processes, even massive wireless broadband transmissions. So digital twins, digital gadgets, mobile robots, AR, VR, as we have already seen. And when you apply this to across different industry use cases in industry verticals, you get a lot of areas where it can make a lot of positive impact. So this is, the concept that it is actually the yin and the yang. The industries need the technology needs the industries to adopt. And I do believe that, it will lead to a lot of positive impact for all of us. Specific to health, because I'll be talking about health sector today, what is the opportunity? So given the fact that this is basically giving you a powerful wireless connectivity, and of course, augmented with distributed compute like edge, cloud, IoT, and other technologies, the impact can be holistic. It can actually impact the entire value chain of the organization, and which is where all the enterprises, including health, are moving towards connected health enterprises. But then what is the short-term focus, and then where is the immediate, or where we, if you may say, is the maximum impact where we need to focus on. We see that these impacts are primarily in two areas. One is the 5G and edge for connected healthcare. I think there is a huge, well-being and social impact which can come with that. We are talking about digital health, which is remote self-patient care, software as a medical device, digital therapeutics, all about the future advanced use cases like immersive, robotic, haptic, and other such tactile procedures. Smart ambulances, specifically life-saving and emergency interventions. Smart hospitals, making hospitals better, more efficient, and helping to ensure better patient care. And connected care platform, which is basically an end-to-end traceability and visibility to the entire care, what is called as care continuum. And then, of course, the other high impact area is when 5G and edge is leveraged for intelligent operations or digital transformation. While this is absolutely relevant for health companies, it is actually transversal. It applies to any industry vertical. This is around smart factories using 5G and edge technologies and solutions for digital training guidance, intelligent supply chain, connected health platforms, and decentralized clinical trials. And you would logically see that when you talk of connected health platforms, digitally centralized clinical trials, these are specific to health, and they have a very strong linkage to connected healthcare. So just to explain, and like I said, I'm part of the group and the global 5G and edge team, just to kind of give everyone a perspective that when we talk of 5G and health, what is happening globally? So globally, there is a lot of trials and experimentations which are going on. These are across all regions in the world. Let me start with North America. So who are the people who are mainly doing the trials? So, of course, the telcos or the 5G service providers have a key role in enabling the technology. But when it comes to health, the users are either the medtech devices companies, the hospitals or the healthcare providers, or the pharma companies. And so you would see General Electric, GE Healthcare, who is actively researching and experimenting with 5G. Stanford Hospital, they are trialing 5G smart hospitals, and same goes with Rush Hospital in Chicago in US. Then there have been demos using drones of urgent drug delivery and rural emergency services, both in US and Canada. Philips has introduced the first at-home 12-lead ECG integrated solution, basically the ECG patch solution for DCTs. It is currently supporting Bluetooth, which is then connected to a mobile device. In future, of course, you will have the 5G come directly on the patch. It will be directly chip to cloud. Johnson & Johnson is experimenting VR training programs to help doctors in the surgical training and to increase the success rate of the training, specifically precision and high risk trainings. There is Emory Healthcare, which is innovating on cancer facilities, and then Palo Alto Healthcare, which is looking at smart hospital. And if you see the ecosystem, you have all the big telcos of US actively working on it. Same goes for Europe. In Europe, there has been a lot of experimentation done by Vodafone in Italy, Spain, Portugal, and all. In fact, I will be presenting some of the cases because Capgemini has worked with Vodafone in them. Then BT with the NHS in UK has done a lot of experimentation when it comes to 5G. In fact, NHS has been experimental in doing a lot of futuristic use cases like the surgical haptic remote robotics or even emergency deliveries via drones. You also have a pharma company now experimenting with 5G, and this is more for intelligent operations. When we come to APAC, which also includes China, we do see a lot of 5G trials and experimentations and deployments in China. And the rest of the Southeast Asia region is now picking up, where now 5G smart hospitals are launched in Thailand. Malaysia is in the process. You also have G Healthcare having set up their test bed in India. Capgemini has their 5G test bed in India. In fact, Noor Fatma mentioned we are also using EasyFi solution for one of our retail use cases. Novartis has announced setting up a digital innovation lab in India. We are experimenting in our lab in India with a Japanese medtech client. And then, of course, there are remote surgeries, robotic surgeries, and COVID-based remote diagnosis with 5G being trialed and done in China. So this is just to give everyone the global view of what's happening and who are experimenting. And of course, there is a CSP supporting all of these deployments in the respective region and country. I will not spend time on these use cases. I do believe the other speakers have already covered these in detail. We are talking about the use cases are more or less the same, so I would avoid getting into these details. What I would do is I would talk about what is the work which Capgemini has done with the healthcare providers and with the respective telecom service provider in a particular country. So this is what we have done mostly in Europe. This is with Vodafone, primarily in Spain and in the other geographies. We have trialed a connected ambulance. We have trialed an augmented vigilance COVID-19. So basically a sentinel robot moving around, doing scanning and detecting people who are not wearing masks, even doing thermal temperature checks. Connected ambulance is primarily giving digital gadgets to the emergency medical team in the ambulance to be able to connect to the hospital, and then also to use both AR/VR glasses or vocal command interfaces to directly interact and prepare for life-saving first aid and rushing the patient to the hospital. Search and rescue with drones. This has been experimented in Spain, where using cameras on the drones, a person who is lost or a human person is detected, and then using drones, emergency services can be made available to the person, and then of course the person's location and other details can be shared to the rescue team. The avatar of relatives to encourage treatment adherence. This actually is very relevant for two situations. One, where due to any reason the patient is isolated, and we've seen that in COVID times. And two, where the person is on long-term treatment, where taking the daily medicine on a timely basis is super critical for the person's well-being. In both the cases, we see that connectivity of the person with their relatives and an emotional encouragement is very, very important for the people. A similar use case has actually also been trialed in UK, where COVID patients who were in isolation were actually given digital gadgets to connect with their families to just help bolster their mood and help them in their well-being. The last use case is something which is deployed by us in the with Airtel in their Airtel lab, which is basically an end-to-end telemedicine use case with AI-based triage. This use case is actually also showcased in our Capgemini lab in Mumbai. I will be sharing the video of this use case shortly. On the intelligent operations, digital transformations, like I said, there is digital guidance, there is digital training, there is remote expert support. So a lot of these use cases where you kind of use immersive experiences, AR, VR, digital twins to help the people in the field, to help the people who are working in the on the workbench or in the factory to do their job right, and also to have cameras and sensors to ensure that the QA of the end product is meeting the required specifications. Are some telehealth, and so this was more of a European view. Coming closer to India, this is what Capgemini is working in APAC region. We are actually working with a medtech company in trialing and experimenting telehealth radiology use cases end to end in certain countries. The 3 use cases which we are currently looking at are mobile care remote clinics, where we are using mobile X-ray machines and portable ultrasound units, and using this for different cases. Could be for a trauma care, could be for an abdomen ultrasound, could be for a COVID check using a lung ultrasound, and could also be to take care of pregnant ladies and neonatal well-being checks. CT modality with remote radiologist specialist. This is it's an extremely powerful use case because the CT files, and there was a question about the size of the files. So when you talk of normal X-ray or ultrasound files, they're typically 2D files because 3D will require a real-time flow. So 2D files of X-ray and ultrasound are not very heavy, but the CT scan files are extremely heavy. In fact, you usually have a different number of probes fitted in a CT scan machine. The different frame files can go as low as 1 GB to even up to 20 or 50 GB, depending on the number of frames which are CT scans which are transmitted. So in this case, making the CT scans available to the radiologist anywhere on a digital screen where the person can look at the scans and generate and give his analysis and recommended line of treatment is extremely powerful. It not only helps in timely care, it also helps in taking the burden of the healthcare providers, where they have access to this information, necessarily not always in the hospital, and they don't need to rush to the hospital in odd hours for an emergency case, but they can access it from anywhere, including their homes. And then, of course, connected ambulance. In connected ambulance, one use case which we are working on is emergency cardiac care for life-saving cardiac emergencies. I think I will share the video after this now. So, is the screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the live video of our 5G healthcare use case. This is deployed in our Capgemini Mumbai lab. So just a little about the Mumbai lab. The Mumbai lab is a 5G lab. It is using the experimentation and the R&D license made available by DOT, and I'm extremely thankful to Government of India for this forward thinking. It is a 5G standalone deployment from Ericsson in the lab. It's using the mid-band 3.5 gigahertz. And what you would see is an end-to-end use case. So the devices are 5G SA enabled. The devices are Quectel 5G SA modules using the Qualcomm X55 chip. All the data is transmitted over 5G, and it is using both the compute on the edge as well as on the cloud. So the edge solution is Capgemini's Ensconce Edge platform integrated to Azure, Microsoft Azure on the cloud. The purpose of this lab in Mumbai is primarily to replicate an industry or an enterprise environment in the lab. And so the focus of this lab is more on industry use cases and end-to-end enterprise architecture. And hence we also have certain IT and OT components. So for example, a SAP ERP or a manufacturing management system, all these tools and even industrial devices, which we integrate on 5G and edge compute and different other technologies for end-to-end use cases. So what I'll be showing today is the video of the healthcare. So I will go quickly on this. So basically this has a two-way teletransmission, teleconferencing, where the technician on one side is making a call to the doctor. The doctor would be, so the technician could be at a remote clinic or in a mobile clinic, and the doctor would be at the hospital. So this is the the teleconferencing system. This is actually a powerful teleconferencing system because it helps share video. It helps share the live video stream of the ultrasound. It helps both the ends to interact with each other via chat, via video call, via messaging, and then also via notes and markings and annotations on the screen. And I'll just show that. So this is the technician who is making the call. So this is the technician who's setting up the call. He's adding the details of the patient. If there is any medical history or something, so the technician initiates the call, waiting for the peer to answer. On the other side, there's an incoming call to the doctor, and the doctor is answering now. So the two are connected. If you see, the two are connected over video, the two are connected over chat. And then, now the doctor and the technician discuss as to what the traits of the patient are and what is the recommended line of treatment. So what is being advised is a chest ultrasound. Here again, both a live streaming can be done or an pre-recorded video can also be posted. So again, depending on whatever facilities are available in the mobile clinic. But then again, this can be done immediately after doing. So now if you see a real transmission of the chest ultrasound video is being transmitted. Basis that, you can see that the doctor can actually ask for annotations, can zoom in, can see views, can make comments, and also once this video is kind of completed or the transmission is completed, this entire live feed can be stored in the medical record systems and can then be accessed by the doctor or the medical team at any other time later. And what we have also done is we have created an AI engine or an AI logic, which will then actually process this video. And this particular AI engine, which has been developed, processes this being a lung ultrasound, processes it for detecting any lung ailment, be it pneumonia or COVID, by looking at the A lines, B lines, and the lung medical biomarkers. So you would see all of this is being reviewed. Even in this, while the review is done, the doctor, as part of the review, can add his or her comments, can mark out the area. So for example, if there's a shadow or something or anything, the AI engine itself can also do that. So the doctor can actually completely let this be done automatically. So you see all of these markings being done. And you can save all of this in a PDF format. So there is a save as option where you can save this report in a PDF format, and the AI engine will actually verify this report and also generate a full-fledged triage report. So this majorly helps in, one, taking the load of the healthcare providers and also in reducing any unforeseen clinical or human errors, and specifically during high workload times like pandemics and all. So I think, so this is the final report where it kind of gives you the end-to-end report as a preliminary triage, and using this, the radiologist can actually prescribe the next line of treatment. So this is what I had to show today. If there are any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Monica ji, for wonderful presentations. Basically, you covered global scenario of 5G use cases, particularly in health sector. And I hope that all these use cases, which is globally being tested and tried, will be very useful for India also. And you also said that you have a lab in Mumbai, and there you are testing a lot of use cases in various sectors, including health. So those are very, very useful for our country. And you also showcased a telemedicine scenario wherein video call with doctor, patient and technician is happening, and even reports are being shared online. So this will really change the way we actually live today and consult with doctors and hospitals. So thank you so much for a very, very lively presentation. There are few questions in the chat box. I would request that for the interest of time, if you can answer in the chat box itself, while I request other speakers to go ahead. So there was a generic question only, so not very specific. So I request you to kindly answer that. And before that, I think my DDG Sunil sir has opened his video in case sir has any question.
Thank you, ma'am, for an exhaustive presentation. Just I want to ask you one question. So you have told about smart hospitals. So now a smart hospital will have n number of applications, something maybe related to safety of the infrastructure, something related to energy management, something related to health as such. So now, is it what is the model generally adopted globally? Like, is it on a private 5G network, or on a common public 5G network, or on the cloud like AWS platforms? So what is generally adopted? Is it on a private 5G network generally these things are running?
So Sunilji, in most of the cases for smart hospitals, what is being deployed is a 5G private network. And that also helps because then the entire network is separate from any public network of the telco and gives the hospital complete control. Also data security, patient privacy and information safety, and then also transmission of the data is extremely critical from any industrial point of view. So any of the intelligent operations, be smart factories or smart hospitals, are on private networks. Of course, the telcos can offer different models. They even offer not fully on-prem dedicated private networks versus hybrid private networks. So that is a specific discussion between the hospital and the telecom service provider. But the connected health use cases are typically remote, and they would definitely use a telco's public network, and which is where network slicing comes in. So in fact, this is in line to what you made as a comment. I think network slicing and 5G private networks are two key capabilities and functionalities which are coming up with the new 5G rollouts, which will help cater to these different industrial needs. And just one last comment, which I need to add to what Ashokji said, that currently our work in India is more towards the lab. We are actually already working with DOT and trying to liaise with the Ministry of Health and Welfare. We, along with the medtech company, would like to do a pilot and a trial in India. And that's the next step which we are working on to take this onto. So from the lab to the actual piloting and trial in the real world scenario.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monica ji. Moving forward, thank you so much, Monica ji. Now the next, we have two more presentations, one from Inaugural and then from TCS. So I would request all the participants to be with us for these two presentations. We have Sobna Uthai Sankar ji. She is founder and CEO Inaugural. She has 9+ years of experience as a key player in research and development in the domain of ocean technology and in the fisheries sector. And Madam has won a number of national and international awards, including MITI very first innovative startup award. So over to you, Sobana ji, for your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can see your presentation. Please go to slide mode and go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, sir. First of all, thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Myself, Shobna Udaya Shankar, founder of Inaugural, and we are based in Chennai basically. And basically, we are a oceanography deep tech company. We are providing a kind of digital version and to provide comprehensive solution to the industries like fishing industry, coast guards, and also for the ocean researchers. Now, most of the industries are bloomed with different emerging technologies. Still, that is the industry that we need to focus is fishing industry. Yes. According to International Labour Organization, there is always a risk of fisherman's life is 25 to 30 times higher when compared to the farmer who working on the land. And the fatality rate is 24,000 per year. Imagine how is it? And of course, there is always a real-time life safety is always a question mark for them. And day-to-day articles and newspaper, everywhere we are seeing the cross-border issues and the security threats still needs to be addressed. And of course, there is a loss of profitable fishing. And as per Worldwide Forum, bycatch and overfishing is happening globally. And this was reported fisherman as $1 billion loss. And of course, there is loss of vessels and assets in mid-sea, and it's very difficult for them to identify. And basic important thing is two-way communication on sea is missing. So here is our product called Cuddle Compass. This is basically a one-stop solution that will be fixed on each fisherman's boat. This will support nearly 26 unique features, kind of profitable fishing without bycatch that can be done. And most interestingly, real-time life safety can be provided. By considering the ocean environment,
and the bandwidth and the latency, what we have done is we have providing the system as offline server manner, whereas like this will store all the data as required, and this will act as a data mining process. So basically this will do wonder in terms of data mining required for the researchers. And interestingly, like it supports and guide the fisherman in terms of black points on mid-sea. So we are using a high-end technology here is advanced version of Internet of Things, that is IoT, Internet of Underwater Things. And we are using AI vision here and 5G into this. So this is what our product is. You can see here, we have categorized this as 3 products. One is like Cuddle Compass defishing. This is especially for the life safety and data mining process. So this device will be fixed on each fisherman's boat along with this device. So this device is called underwater device. This device will communicate in wireless manner. So these 2 combination will go for defishing. And similarly for coastal fishing also, we are providing a device that will do in terms of guiding the potential fishing zone. So this is how the 5G helps in terms of connecting the intranet as well as internet. So let's consider the real-time scenario from shore to sea. We can have internet of 20 kilometers only. So using the GSM connection. And beyond that, it's very difficult to have an internet. So to overcome this problem, we have established an intranet between the boats using our device. And this will create a kind of intranet and a two-way communication between the boats. So this will help us to give a kind of real-time life safety, data mining process, and potential fishing zone and everything here. So I'm just giving a real-time scenario like how the technology works and it's connected. Let's consider this as vessels. So we'll be fixing this device in the deck. Similarly, we'll be having underwater device that will be fixed under the boat, or else like they can also throw it using the wire. So this device, underwater device and the Cuddle Compass device will work in wireless manner, that is Wi-Fi connection. And what will happen is this will do a kind of wonder. The underwater device will do wonder in terms of helping to avoid catching the bycatch or overfishing. So unwanted species can't come, not get into the net. It's because of like we are providing a vibration mode to avoid catching the particular species near to the net. Similarly, this integrated with number of sensors, like it is integrated with depth, temperature, analyzer, and we have number of sensors here. What will happen is this will give you a comprehensive solution, especially for the researchers. So now talking about the real-time life safety, as I said, it's very difficult to have a real-time life safety on ocean. So what we have done is we are providing a life safety watch, especially for the fishermen, whereas they can wear it. And this life safety watch is integrated with the Cuddle Compass device. So whenever the fisherman getting missed out in the particular boundary or the particular area, so what will happen is we have the solution to identify the particular fisherman missed out, and that will be alerted to the boat. Similarly, that data will be transmitted to the neighbor's boat to fasten the process of safeguarding the fisherman's life. So this is one of the uniqueness, I would say. So and next use case of us is like we are using a kind of 5G use case for automation in cage fishing. So similarly, the underwater device can be placed in a particular pond so that it will give the automation and analysis of parameters in real time, and that will be transmitted over through cloud server or internal server through 4G or 5G network in as quick manner. Is because like as we're aware like how the 5G latency and everything works, right? Similarly, like in one test, the farmer can get all the details. So we have our underwater device. I just give you the gist about like what we are doing. So this underwater device has been categorized into 2 manner. One is especially for feed management in real time, and other one is especially for identifying the water parameters in real time. So critical water parameters are very, very important to gauge the water quality, especially for the farmers, because once they get spoiled, all the fishes will be in danger situations. So to overcome this problem, we will be giving an early alert to the fisherman to avoid the particular scenario. Similarly, the disease can also be overcome using this using this device. So what will happen is, I'll just give you the gist. So this is what the analysis that we can do using our AI vision. So what will happen is, let's consider using the physical behavior of the fish or the symptoms like grains of sand or white sand on the skin. So this kind of symptoms or the that we found on the skin, that will be alerted to the fisherman. So because this is very, very important in terms of cage fishing, because it will easily spread to all the fishes as quickly as possible. So to overcome these issues, by identifying the species symptoms or the skin diseases, the alert will be transmitted to the farmers immediately. So these are the user interface. And most interestingly, the part here is, as we are aware, like the background of the fisherman's education background, right? So to overcome this problem, we have done an automation design as well as like it is a kind of multilingual, so it supports nearly 24 languages. So it's very easy for fishermen to use in their own language. Similarly, what will happen is we are using a kind of pictorial representation, so they don't want to read everything. So using the picture, they can identify as easily. So these are the features we have. And most interestingly, granular ocean data mining that we are doing using this device. So this device, the USB here is like we are using Cadel Compass device along with the ship as USB to do a kind of ocean granular bed data mining process. So it's very, very critical and important. Whereas like nowadays we are using satellite to identify and gauge the water parameter or ocean weather conditions similarly. So in that concept, to overcome this problem, we are providing a kind of real-time sensitive ocean granular data mining. So of course, we are solving the sky-high cost for ocean exploration of $10,000 to $40,000, because let's consider the researchers in real time. They are just building a ship, especially for the research purpose, and they'll be standing nearly 10 to 15 days to do a kind of data mining process. To overcome this problem, we have a simple solution, whereas like we can cover the carpet data mining process, and whatever the location we want, that can be captured easily. So this is one of the solution, I would say. It's an interesting one. And of course, this was awarded by a number of government and non-government bodies. And of course, before we started our research in the year of 2015, and of course, we got a comprehensive solution by taking the experts' feedback, and we traveled different countries to identify the effective solution. Of course, we right now the support of the DCIS scheme and the GOT, we got the wonderful product out in the market. Thank you.
Thank you, Sobhana ji, for wonderful presentation. There is one question in the chat box by Mr. Sumit Sen. He is asking how much does the Cadel Compass cost? Is it affordable for traditional fishing people?
Of course, it's really an interesting question, I would say, because talking about the fisherman's yearning, first I'll just tell you the background, because most of the people used to get this question, since the background is very, very low. Fisherman itself, talking about the deep fishing, they are earning nearly 20 lakhs per month. And for coastal fishing, they are just earning 2.5 lakhs. And the cost of the product comes as one-time cost as 41,000. And starts from the package they are choosing, it may differ. So 48,000 is the maximum one for the coastal fishing. It comes with life safety watch and underwater device. And for the deep fishing, of course, we have additional features into that. So of course, it's charged around 1,31,000. Now the interesting point here is like they are just spending nearly 35,000 only for the GPS. Sonar cost alone comes around 35,000 to 80,000 they are just spending, and they don't have proper awareness about the technology basically. So we did basic research to identify the cost and everything. Of course, they are happy with the cost right now, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Sobhana ji, for your wonderful presentation. May I request you that in case there are more questions in the chat box, if you can answer there. I don't see right now, but maybe a few questions may come. So thank you so much. Moving forward.
Thanks a lot, sir. Bye.
Thank you. Now the next presentation is from the team TCS. So we have expert speakers, Mr. Dinesh Kumar Singh, who is Group Leader, TCS Digital Farming Initiative.
Contact details presented along the slide that has been promised.
Ennoble team, can you mute yourself? Thank you.
Sorry, sir.
Kumar is Strategy and Business Development TCS DFI, and we have Vaibhav Lonkarji, Product Development Head TCS DFI. So I request the TCS team to kindly go ahead and present.
Thank you, sir. Am I visible and audible?
Yes, yes, you're audible, and we can see your PPT. If you can make it a full slide.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for giving us this opportunity for presenting in presence of this august audience. I am wary of the time, and so I'll try to make it quick and short. But if there are any questions, please let me know. So I am Vaibhav Lonkar, as Sir introduced. I am from TCS Digital Farming Initiatives, and we are looking at the various use cases. We have been in the industry for 13 plus years now, and we have around 2 million farmers, which we are working with on a regular basis, working on various segments across governments and even in global spaces. On how we are intending to use 5G in agriculture. So first of all, to set the context, all of us right now, we are seeing agriculture on the cusp of another revolution, wherein data, connectivity, artificial intelligence, machine learning, real-time analytics, connected sensors, all these are playing a very important role in making the system intelligent. How Monica ji was mentioning some time back, intelligent systems are created by data, and this is where all the data coming in together, and then the understanding the data and making sense of the data and the data driving farming is something that we are looking at very rigorously. We intend to increase the yields, improve the efficiency of water stewardship and inputs, build sustainability, and increase the resilience in crop cultivation and animal husbandry. The mega trends that we see in the industry right now are towards the climate change. We have had working on the projects on World Bank, focus specifically on climate change. And since then, we have been into this field for long now. We also see that technology and innovation has a great role to play for the community to go forward and to be connected to each other. And there are also government regulations that keep on driving the agriculture reimagination. This is where we are bringing in this concept of how we can reduce the GHG, which is the greenhouse gas emissions abatement, considering that 20% of the global emissions are coming from agriculture. And this has been one of our key focus areas in the recent few years. We are also looking at how can we defragment the fragmented ecosystem and bringing them together with data-driven farming. Considering that the global food production should increase by 70% by 2050 to meet the demand. And we are at deficit right now, not even India, but globally. And this is what another thing that we want to bring to the table. And the third part is, while doing this, we also want to introduce new revenue streams, not only for us, but also for the ecosystem, because as the expenses rises, everyone would want to look at new revenue streams. And just looking at the data, and data is a new oil, 55% of the data generated from IoT devices is coming from farms, and this is what is expected to grow by 50% by 2025. Now, coming to the focus areas that we are going to focus on from the 5G standpoint, and understanding that the 5G and the edge computing are going to be very important in empowering the data to cloud transmissions, real-time analytics, and machine-to-machine communication, apart from machine-to-human or human-to-machine communication as well. And this is where the first use case that we will be focusing on is the farm-to-fork visibility. We are aware that the consumers right now, they are looking for more transparency in the supply chain. Where is my food coming from? Who grew it? In what part of the world was it grown? What kind of pesticides were sprayed on it? And there are so many things which happen while they are getting transferred, while they are in the warehouse, while it lands in the supermarket and then to our home. And the farm-to-fork visibility is one of the important aspects coming in from the farm productivity and profitability standpoint as well. This is where we are combining our knowledge from satellite, the image and video analytics, the computer vision, and also the on-farm and the off-farm equipments like drones, smartphones, and machinery. Communicating with the IoT devices, we bring in all this data together, churn them, massage them, and then bring in information that gives us real-time crop health monitoring and actuation operations on the field, like weed spraying, irrigation, or even navigating the ground vehicles. The second use case that we are targeting is the GHG emissions, and GHG has been at a rise. There are two main portions from agriculture standpoint that are important that are causing this. One is, of course, livestock, and the second is coming from the usage of chemicals. Now, according to a survey, 80% of shoppers are paying attention to food labels that indicate sustainable production. And it is important because we want to know where the food was grown and what kind of practices were sown into it. And am I indirectly contributing to the welfare of the earth or not? This is where we are also using the crops getting monitored by the drones equipped with multispectral sensors and high resolution video cameras. We are right now doing it with 4G, but we intend to do it with 5G because we are seeing some challenges with 4G on that aspect. We are also combining all this data with the weather and our proprietary models, which we have 100+ proprietary models on data and computer vision. We combine all this information from agronomical standpoint, and then we have brought in the reduction of usage of chemicals by 15%. So the reduction in chemicals and the reduction in input prices definitely translates to a reduction in the cost of cultivation as well. The third use case that we are targeting is the connected livestock, wherein we are bringing in the livestock connected to a central registry, and on all the diseases of the animals are to be monitored using this. Now, the animal illnesses is one of the significant factors where farmers are losing a lot of their income source. If the diseases are manageable, still the farmer loses a lot of money. But if it's an untreatable disease like FMD, where the vaccinations may not be available at real time or very quickly, it may also result in a lot of culling of animals, which definitely affects the farmer's income in the long term. This is where we are bringing in the livestock monitoring on a real-time basis, wherein the livestock variables like the RFID tags, along with some of the variables on the belts, IoT enabled, their feeding system IoT enabled, video enabled farms and herd spaces, which are monitoring the major vitals and location of the animals, as well as the behavior patterns and the physiological issues that are visible. This helps the farmers to track and identify which animals and which herds are in stress. And the system also generates all this data, does a lot of analysis on it, and then it also gives alerts to farmers on a real-time basis to identify if there are any calving or the reproductive cycle issues or illnesses or feeding issues that are seen with the specific animal in a given herd. This is to promote safer and more successful outcomes when it comes to calving and the reproductive cycles, as well as from the food production standpoint of how we have milk and other dairy products. Moving on to the next part, this is how we are bringing in the convergence of the sky and earth, which feeds into our entire ecosystem as well. The sky brings a lot of scalability because it is able to scan a larger area on a smaller plate, and we are also able to identify hotspots on the ground. The hotspots are the kind of stress areas on the fields within the entire radius of operations that we have, and this we are able to do it on a very global scale. Now, as the hotspots are identified, we also deploy the drones that go ahead and scan the areas on a more local basis. So it becomes a local approach, wherein at the farm level and the village level, we find out which fields are not performing so well or are affected with some stress and identify the hotspot in them. This is where our Earth counterpart, which does the micromonitoring in identifying various data points from above the ground and below the ground, are providing us the data points. And all of this again goes back into the system and feeds back. Now, as the data is getting generated from so many services from the farmer, from the IoT devices, from satellite, from drone, from various weather vendors, from the IoT devices from the crop itself, all of these accumulate together in our command center view, which is where the humans are able to take decisions on which kind of areas are not so well, which require specific attentions, which areas are seeing good yield, which areas are not seeing so much good yield, and what are the kind of diseases that are prominent at any given place. From this command center, we are also able to communicate to our on-farm equipments like UGVs and UAVs to trigger them, map their paths, and send them out. As well as we are also allowing the supply chain stakeholders to derive useful insights from these intuitive user experiences. Just to give a context on what we are doing in TCS digital farming initiatives, we have 13+ years of experience I mentioned earlier. We have around 50+ engagements across various sectors in and around India as well as globally. We have 20+ national and international awards in this space in agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and allied sectors, including recognition from Niti Aayog and the Gates Foundation. We are a team of 80+ domain and technology experts creating 100+ components and very rigorously growing. We have our own proprietary models, 100+ of them, and we are covering major 25+ crops globally. Along with that, while we are innovating at our sites, we are also opening our gates to the co-innovators outside there. forming a co-innovation network, which we also call as COIN. And we have 10 plus trusted partners in satellite, IoT, and weather globally, who are supporting us. There's a key benefits: 20 plus increase in yield, which we have quantized till now, 30 plus % increase in profitability, 40 plus % increase in process efficiency, and increasing in the sustainability in the practices. The below are the stack of things that we are doing presently. Along with that, we also have our own demo farms which act like our test beds for doing any technological intervention or the domain interventions in the field. This is where anything that gets generated out of the DFI gets tested locally and then on our test labs and the demo farms and then sent out. This is where I would also like to take an opportunity and let everyone know that we have our demo farms in Pune and Indore regions, and a few other demo farms are coming up. So if anybody wants to make use of those places to perform any specific trials on 5G or any other areas as well, please feel free to get in touch with us. I'm on my last slide. I'll just quickly take through the 4A model that we have. We essentially, this is our acquire phase, wherein all the data coming in from anywhere, from all the devices that I mentioned earlier, gets accumulated and gets fed into the system. We have our analyze system, which takes care of doing many predictions, analysis, forecast on disease modeling, nutrients, pest, irrigations, and so on. These are then fed into the advisory mode, wherein the farmers, the businesses are given advices on what kind of nutrient deficiencies are there, what kind of pest stress deficiencies are identified in various regions of India and other places, and also generate specific notifications to the end users like farmers or the field agents. And then this information is again sent out to our actuation system, which does an actuation on the on-ground UGVs and UAVs that we also intend to make as part of our 5G use cases. And these all boxes talk to each other, not only in a cyclic fashion, but they are also flexibly built enough so that they can talk to each other. This is where we are using our microservices architecture fully. We are cloud ready, and we have a range of analytical services to support this entire use case. So with this, I come to an end of my presentation. I am open to any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vaibhav ji, and also thank you to Dinesh Kumar ji and Ravin Kumar ji from your team. The forum is open for any question from the participants. You can raise your hand or ask your question in the chat box. There are some in the chat box, people are asking for contact detail of the presenters and all. So I don't know. Anyway, but there's no specific question to TCS team. So I think Sunil sir has opened the video. Sir, you have any question?
Oh, thank you very much, sir. Thank you, the entire TCS team, for coming forward and giving this very useful presentation. I think you are having an extensive portfolio on agri sector. So very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and moreover, TCS has built a platform for digital farming and being a platform kind of architecture. A lot of specific use cases can be built over a period of time, and whatever technology comes, 5G or 6G, those capabilities can well be utilized in this overall concept, as I understood from Vaibhav ji.
That's right, sir.
Yeah. So thank you so much. Now we have come to end of the session, and there appears to be no more questions. So maybe I request my DDG B. Sunil Kumar sir for a formal vote of thanks to all dignitary, our esteemed speakers and participants. Yeah. So over to you, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Ashok. So it has been a very long but very intense session from all the presenters. So I'm sure that all the participants would have benefited from this long session, and we'll be following up with similar sessions on other industry verticals, use cases related to 5G in the coming months. So you can keep watching our space and log in whenever we schedule the same. And your feedback on the sessions also most welcome, and that will be considered for next sessions on the kind of breadth that you would like to see in this kind of webinars. So I really sincerely thank of member technology, A.K. Tiwari sir, for coming and inaugurating our webinar and also giving us valuable guidance. And also my sincere thanks to our own DG Yukeshwar sir, who is a constant guidance and inspiration, motivation for all of us in NTI. And also thanks to our DGT Samurhat sir, who have participated in this seminar. All the senior officers from DOT, my colleagues from NTI, from CDOT, from TRI, from BSNL, and from academia and industry who are logged in, and also we have seen many from the medical fraternity who have come. And last but not the least, all the presenters who have, particularly Dr. Sahu, who have given a very detailed presentation on the agri farms, the smart farming, and a lot many details. Dr. Sahu will keep interacting with you to learn more from you and how we can work together to generate something like a synergy or whatever you call it. But we will definitely love to interact with you more. So thank you so much for opening this today's session with your in-depth presentation. Thank you so much. And all presenters from Jio, Akhil and Bhatnagar, and Balaji from Vodafone, Noor Fatima from ECO5, Shobhana from Inaugural, Monica Gupta from Cap Gemini, and the Dinesh Kumar, Ravin Kumar, and Vaibhav from TCS. All of you, a big thanks for accepting our invitation and sparing your time and sharing your knowledge as well. So thanks one and all.
Thank you very much.
Sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And with permission of Chair, we will close this session. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you, Ashok ji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.